rather than 5.
Hey, I'll be on the Zoom meeting in about 8 minutes.
So just to keep on playing well and hopefully get another win. Winning a finals event would be huge just because that would probably cement me in the top 10 guys.
Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
Freshman checking in at Alabama's Auburn University, quite the classmate, an Olympic gold medalist.
SUNY.
Legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart.
Introducing new Dove hand wash with 5 times moisturizer blend. Removes germs in seconds. Moisturizes for hours. Soft, smooth. New Dove hand wash.
Tonight news on New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. State lawmakers who suspended impeachment proceedings now say they will make their investigation findings public. Allegations that include sexually harassing 11 women. His resignation takes effect midnight next Monday night. When we come back, the state's now facing major water shortages. You likely didn't see today. In Nevada, Lake Mead is now at its lowest level since the creation of the Hoover Dam. When we come back tonight, the image. Walking to school at 6:30 this morning, even after their city fell to the Taliban. Going to school despite the growing fears that their fragile freedom could now be in jeopardy. I'll see you tomorrow night. Good night. 20.
Did you know that 178 million Americans are missing at least one tooth? It's true.
That's why at Affordable Dentures and Implants, we only focus on tooth replacement solutions.
Whether it's a single tooth, full dentures, or dental implants, we have an experienced dentist who can create a new smile. At Affordable Dentures and Implants, we want you to go ahead and smile.
$750 customer cash on many of your favorite Toyota models. Let's go, please. It's getting close.
We're back. We're back.
So close.
I went honestly.
That's too close. Very fast. Guilty as pleasure is back. Resting beef face. Bachelor in Paradise. Premieres tonight on ABC.
Mom's locked out. Next.
Travel consideration provided by
Moderate to severe eczema? Why hide your skin? If you can help heal your skin from within. With Dupixent, adults saw long-lasting, clearer skin and significantly less itch. Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur, including anaphylaxis, which is severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes or parasitic infection. If you take asthma medicines, don't change or stop them without talking to your doctor. Talk to your doctor about Dupixent. Stay tuned. There's more Hates Subdivision.
Automatically records, so
Oh, it does.
it does, yep, so it should be good to go, and
So should I write down who's here? Well, should I write down who's on it?
yeah, that would be awesome, thanks. If there's somebody that doesn't use their name, we would like them to use their name.
Sure.
What does that one say?
It's just a meeting.
Okay. Because I signed into this computer. Or I think this,
Oh, and then. So yeah, there's the,
it's right here.
okay,
So if you want
so
to
that's on
change
the
it,
table. That's okay.
if you want to move it to board, you can turn it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you gotta point it at this. Or I could just do this. I know, but they do it.
Oh, down,
There
back.
you go. See, once you,
There we go. It's backwards. Oh, they're. Did Brandy ever get a hold of you today? Sleeping.
Okay, it's 7:00. We'll call the board meeting to order. Item number 2, roll call. Oh, excuse me, I jumped ahead, sorry. Clarification of meeting notice.
Was posted and on the web.
Item 2, roll call. Here. Here.
Arian. Brown.
Here.
Peterson. Here. Keller.
Here. Item number 3, approval of the agenda, August 16th, 2021.
Also moved.
Moved by Linda, second by Bob. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And approved. Item I, no, excuse me, break that. Item 4, approval of meeting minutes. Item 4.1, approval of the minutes of July 19th. Is that you, Bob? Motion by Bob Busher. Second by Ms. Miller. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Stand approved. Item 5, citizens forum. Now, I have a list here. I'm going to go over some ground rules here, if I may. Community residents and members are invited to share their comments, concerns, and questions with the board. I ask that you come up to the table if you can to speak so we can hear. The acoustics in here are not super awesome. Plus people on Zoom that way can have a better chance of hearing what you're saying. Please state your name and address for the record. The name is fine. Obviously, a lot of you have signed in already. I'm going to allow up to 2 minutes per person to speak. I'll keep track. And when you're 30 seconds left, if you're 2 minutes, I will raise my hand just to give you a little notice. Please try to be concise because we have, I think, quite a few people here to speak, and be courteous of our use of time. Wisconsin law allows the board to receive information from members of the public. The board may answer the factual questions immediately or may choose to respond in a written format if it cannot answer effectively tonight. If a response would involve discussion of board policy or decisions which might be of interest to citizens not present at the meeting, the board may place the item on future committee or meeting agenda. Citizens forum is not meant to be allowed to be a debate with the board or any other person here tonight. Comments that may be injurious to school district personnel and other individuals will not be allowed. And as I said, you can come up and speak as I call your name. And obviously, if your name's not down here and on this list, didn't sign in, that's not a huge deal. Just obviously, I have down here 15 people that are looking to speak, and so we'll have time. So just for that point. So first on the list is Angela Conley.
Hi, my name is Angela Conley.
Go ahead, you just.
Okay. Where I work, I see a lot of people in my profession, and a lot of them do make small talk, and they say, "Where do you get from school?" And I'll be like, "Oh wow, that's a great school." And I kind of have to pause sometimes, or I'll get the question, "What's going on down there?" I constantly see advertisements in the paper. And this is usually my response. The kids don't go to school; they go to a prison. Our principal monitors the responsibility of monitoring kids. Kids are constantly being disciplined for small infractions. Field trips are contingent upon following a mask rule. Break the mask rule, you can't go. Stand in line, quiet, mask up. There are 2 separate rules between the group home kids and home kids. We have kids that have been suspended for things that could have been resolved with common sense. We are short on bus drivers. Kids are riding the buses for well over an hour, putting our kids in masks for 20+ hours a day. Teachers are leaving consistently. Our curriculum is always changing. We don't even have math books for our middle school kids. Okay, the work environment for the teachers is toxic, and for our kids, there is fear mongering constantly. They are being micromanaged. Our teachers can no longer teach. If OSHA inspected our shop area, it would be closed down immediately. Our weight room is outdated. We don't even have a track for our kids. Our kids are not a priority when it comes to administration. And here's the proof. When it comes to state testing, these are the max percentages from the state, 42%. Ithaca is at 31%. Reading, the state is at 41%. Ithaca is at 28%. We are in the top, we are in the bottom 6%. Now, you send your I'm sorry. Something that I'd like to recommend, that would be optional. I would ask to have a camera installed in Mr. Leclerc's office for safety reasons. Equity training needs to stop in the school immediately if you need an agenda of it. I would like to present community consent board that could stop in the school at any time and talk to the teacher without being in fear. Represent. Well, lastly, when my kids come to that door, I just want them to be fit. I want all this other things. Thank you.
Yeah. You know, I didn't. Anything that's not, okay, thank you, sir. Bill? Oh,
Bill Brown, been a bus driver here, 13 plus years. There really is no restriction here. Starts with salaries. They give a little dab, and then they take some, and then they take it away from you. They don't follow the policy. It was written when I was hired. When the question was asked, where's the handbook? We don't know. We can't find it. We used to get paid for meals without turning in receipts. It no longer happens. There was no notification. It happened at Christmas time. A word of mouth wasn't even coming from the supervisor. The transportation. A little disgusting. If you want drivers, you need to set a salary. $40 a round would not be out of place. $38 for new hires. It's utterly ridiculous, in my opinion, to hire someone at the same rate we're getting. I didn't start there. And you need to take a deep look at it. Sign-on bonuses. I'm not in favor of sign-on bonuses. Just pay us a salary. That's the bottom line. The hourly rate, I'm not disputing that, but it's irrelevant.
What the heck? Can you
You just called your Bart.
How much taxpayer money did you spend on this one? How much money were you planning on spending going forward? Could that money have been spent better? What were or are your plans for staff? And there are many that object morally, religiously, and or politically to the expectations made of them from the ICS equity training. Where is their equity? Religion. Shouldn't we be looking to benefit the whole school? Why would you choose this training over building our staff morale, especially in an extra stressful COVID year? Why not put the staff at time for prep and connecting with hurting or needy students, especially in a COVID year? Why is all their work never enough and your demand only increase? What do you think this has to do with staff retention? If we want equity so badly, why not have equity in discipline, religious freedom, and medical freedom? In all programs like art, music, choir, and chop set. You plan on treating staff and students who object to the experimental COVID vaccine the same as those who have been vaccinated? And when did school stop being about reading, writing, and arithmetic? People's sexual preference has no place in our school.
Yep. We just crossed the top.
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of Jeff and myself, so I request 4 minutes, please. Since my time is limited, I plan to talk about ICS equity training. First of all, I want to remind all of you why Ithaca is a great school district and why so many people open enroll in Ithaca. The main reason is the community. The school is the community because we have nothing but the school. The last time I checked, 35% of the students live outside the school district. And outstanding that equates to roughly $700,000 per year.
Turn it up so you can hear it.
What their background is. As long as the students work hard, they can be successful at anything. At Ithaca, the students don't have to do one thing to be successful at. They can be successful at. And that's Secondly, I want to stress to the administration and the school board to think for themselves. They know what is right and what is wrong. Right now, everything that comes from the media is so one-sided. The media is pushing an agenda that doesn't align with Ithaca community core values. I'm in favor of people being treated equally. It is the basis of what Ithaca school and community stands for. We are all equal. We can't lose our sense of community, otherwise we lose our school. That is why our community fights so hard for the school, because it's the only thing we have. ICS actually is a for-profit consulting business with a focused political agenda. And that political agenda doesn't align with Ithaca core values. ICS equity is guided by critical race theory, which divides people by their identities. Critical race theory does not belong in our school. I am in favor of all people being treated equally. I am not in favor of people being categorized or treated differently because someone says that group is oppressed or that group is an oppressor. Categorizing students is unhealthy. By categorizing students, you are telling them that they are different. Dividing people into groups does not promote unity, it promotes division. The students should be taught that if they work hard, they can succeed at anything. Telling someone that they are oppressed is harmful, not helpful. Telling someone that they are oppressed only gives them an excuse why they can't succeed. And they won't even try to succeed. So by doing this, you are actually oppressing them. They will simply blame their circumstance. According to the equity charts, I am oppressed because I am female. I am a successful woman who works hard in a male-dominated field. I got where I am because I worked my tail off. Not only that, I feel I got where I am because no one told me that I couldn't. No one told me that I couldn't. Growing up on a farm, my parents didn't treat me any different because I was a girl. They taught me to work hard and to fight for. My teachers told me to chase my dreams and even told me to set my goals higher. I truly believe that if my teachers told me that I was oppressed, I wouldn't be where I am today. Why would you want to take that success away from the students that you are calling oppressed? I want to reiterate that dividing people into groups does not promote unity, it promotes division. If you continue with the ICS equity training, you are teaching hatred between groups. In conclusion, I request that the school board remember that Ithaca community stands. I request that the school board remember what the Ithaca community stands for and vote to end the ICS equity training. Although they are hiding under the mask of equality, they are sowing the seeds of division. I truly believe that their goal is to see how far they can push before people push back. Well, we are pushing back. Know the difference between right and wrong, and this feels very, very wrong. Vote to end ICS equality training now.
John Wakel?
Bye, honey.
John Wakel, all my kids have gone to school here. I have not gone to school here. This is my dream. I don't want to wish the third day. We are proud of you. We're proud of the school. But this school is not what it was when we got. Staff, administration, the board was way different. When I'm talking 10 years. To punish kids for calling you a boy or a girl is ridiculous. Forcing kids to wear masks is proven that it doesn't work. The administration, the staff, the board need to get on the same page, because if not, somebody needs to get fired. you pushing this garbage, some of you need to. As a student, you deal with that at home. You tell us, we'll take it. But we're coming to you and telling you this is not appropriate. I don't see this anywhere else. Where's the value on it? Want it done. Mask for a parent, not a teacher, not an administrator, surely not somebody that does something else in the school. This is our choice for our kids. I don't wear a mask. I'm not going to. If I get sick, I have an immune system. That's what it is. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sean Cockroach, and my son Ethan is here to me. I'm here tonight to ask you to vote for optional mask wearing. Since the COVID-19 pandemic began a year and a half ago, a lot of research has been conducted on the effectiveness of masks. Since I have a very short time to speak, I will only share one, but there are more studies on the web that share the same information. The information is from an article entitled Face Mask in the COVID Era, a Healthy Hypothesis, and was published in the National Center of Biotechnological Information. The conclusions of this study were, and I quote, "The data suggests that both medical and non-medical face masks are ineffective and block human-to-human transmission, ineffective to block human-to-human transmission of viral and infectious disease such as the SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, supporting against the usage of face masks. Wearing face masks has been demonstrated to have substantial adverse psychological and physiological effects on children and all of us. I am parents who are fearful and uncomfortable and want their children to wear masks, and that's okay, understandable. But having an optional mask policy, then everyone can make a medical choice for their child. As a school board, I expect you to provide an adequate education for my child. I, as a parent, will make decisions regarding myself. Fairview, Boscoville, and at least 50 other schools in Wisconsin alone have chosen to allow parents the right to choose. They have voted the optional mask wearing by students and staff. I like this quote from one parent advisory group in Wisconsin. This is the quote. Simply put, these are not your children. They are ours. And they too are Americans with rights. And they are our responsibility and our most beloved, and they're not yours. So give us the right to choose the best health choice for our children. I would like you to vote and option.
Jessica, go ahead.
I'm a proud overall. So Integrated Comprehensive Systems for Equity, or ICS Equity, is a for-profit consulting firm that has contracted with Ithaca School District. The website states that it is based on 45 years of research, none of which is cited within the website or by the Google search. And it's to transform school policies, procedures, and funding. ICS Equity claims to advance the learning and literacy of all students, while uniting students based upon race, ethnicity, gender, social class, ability, and sexual and gender identity. This multi-year agreement proposes to align all staff and students with district non-negotiables and will leverage federal and state legislation. There is a study in North Carolina that shows even greater academic disparity among the races after the ICS equity implementation. All this has been going on during mandatory staff trainings, while the staff's morale and students' reading and math abilities have been plummeting. During the past year, several wonderful teachers who are known locally by college professors for consistently having well-educated students have either retired early or quit to move on to other teaching positions. And according to Nish, just this morning, only 25% of Ithaca's high school students are proficient in reading, while even less, a shocking 15% are proficient in math. This is unacceptable. A reason for these poor test scores may be improperly administered forward in case of testing. It has come to my attention that during the most recent exam, students were allowed to keep their phones and backpacks at their side. Staff was coming in and out of rooms while testing was taking place, and the ACT administered to 11 students unattended, and IEP accommodations were not implemented. These infractions not only distract students, they also invalidate the accuracy of the test. To close, in my opinion, mandatory staff training should be not working on improving teachers' pedagogy and to increase student performance.
You're next.
I have a lot of grandchildren. It's getting recognized right now because it's graduating. But between the Claries and the Nelson in the district, this district, and I grew up here, high school sweethearts, our parents, my parents were high school sweethearts here, and this district means everything to us. And my knowledge and studying that I have done, keeping aware of what's going on and things that are coming down the tube in this CRT subject is very, very disturbing to me. And those who spoke previously said it the way I would say it. And it's dividing people. We have, because of COVID, on top of this, we have affected the mental health of our children so tremendously with the masking and the quarantine and the virtual study. And then we want to look at this CRT space into the place that you're calling it the ICF. I am totally not. Totally not. They said it really. Okay.
No, I just want to say when we joined this ERC, advocate for kids with special needs back in 2006, I believe it was. Kids at the time in the Reefer district were going to school in the old Rock Springs High School, and in an upstairs room, the only classroom in the building. And through our application, we got to the point now where kids are involved in schools, they're treated, they have their special classrooms. But I just want to say it comes to a point where you just can't treat everybody. Everything is not on an equal basis. Kids still need their special ed teachers. We need their special ed programs, which totally are different from what normal kids are. But and it just is all the way through. You can't treat genders equal. They're not equal. They each need their special programs. It's just the way it should be.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Julie, and my children went to Ithaca. Very proud of that. And Bill and I have been taxpayers in this district for many years. I have worked in childcare for 26 years. So I know the responsibility that we who have found this vocation of taking care of children, the immense responsibility that we have. And we want to do right by our children. We love them. And I think, and the families that we serve, I'm very proud of the relationship that I've had with my families over the years. And I think that's the key. is we serve. You know, I serve my families. I cannot make decisions for them. Could you imagine if I said, you will do this with your child because I said so? If I feel it's right. Can you imagine? I wouldn't be in business today. I can tell you that. And it's the same with you as administrators, as school board members, as teachers and staff. You work for these parents, these families. And I want to talk about medical freedom with these families. And I want to ask you to please let them make their own decisions on whether their child should be vaccinated or not, or wear a mask or not. And please respect these decisions. This is not something that should be taken lightly, especially with vaccine. I've looked at the Moderna and Pfizer COVID-19 EUA fact sheets, and they both say the same thing. There is no FDA vaccine to prevent COVID. They say this twice in their in that sheet, that it is your choice to receive the vaccine or not receive the vaccine. Both Moderna and Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine is an unapproved vaccine that may prevent COVID-19. There's no FDA approved vaccine to prevent COVID-19. This vaccine is still being studied in clinical trials. If parents, you know, this isn't something that's been even approved. Again, it is your choice. They have no idea the long-term effects. So I'm just asking you, please respect, give these parents the choice. No perversity, no shaming, and no guilt. And let them make this choice on their own. Thank you very much for your time.
Jeremy.
I was told that masks are not as important as others. So I thought, are you kidding me? They don't work and they're a teaching system. They cause our children to see present and make me not want to go anywhere that requires this child abuse. I found out that start in this, that white males are the biggest threat to this country in school. Even worse, that white males believe in Jesus Christ.
We're talking about everything now.
All white males are racist. And even if white males don't admit it, white males are still racist because critical race theory says so. This is apparently not up for discussion. White males are half of the crowd here. I wonder what they think about the other half, white women. Seriously, some crazy organization or administration is going to go up against a bunch of farm families and tell them that they are all racist? Come to find out that there is a lot of money being offered and incentives for completing this training. It's just not the money now, there's more. There is no way that the school board would allow this, would they? I hope not. Then I heard that the administration and critical race theory wants to tell my children, mine, that they can identify however they want, boy, girl, or mermaid. Mermaid was on something that we looked it up. And their parents are wrong if they believe that this is wrong. I was immediately concerned. I immediately grabbed my 9-year-old son and asked him if he was a boy or girl. He looked at me, rolled his eyes, and said, boy. I said, do you want to be a girl? He replied, no. I noticed that he was getting agitated, but I continued my scientific study. I then asked him, what do you want? Do you want to be a girl? He replied, no. And I asked him, why don't you want to be a girl? He said, because they are weird. He then proceeded to attack me, but ultimately he lost the battle because I am 8 times his size. As a parent, I can accept that interaction with my son. Just as concerning is the fact that numerous students and staff members are being bullied by people who have different beliefs than they all maybe don't know that's true. With this being said, I also would like to know what the policies are for teachers, administrators, and other adults when they are talking to our children. Is there somebody in place? Is there something in place that keeps everyone protected from bullying and indoctrinating or anything else not appropriate? If someone is being disciplined, is there more than just one staff member present? I do not want my children alone with anyone with accountability in place. protects the child and the other individuals present. The fact that my children can enjoy a smile, fresh air, not have to deal with something on their face, and the ability to enjoy their freedom to choose has taken a backseat. The staff and administration are bullying them because of what they believe. Never. Masks are still at the top. It is my freedom to choose them. For me and for them. These are my kids. I am. I believe this all starts with math. People want control, and I have talked to people in Ithaca, and us farm boys and girls are not going to take this lying down in Ithaca. I beg you to please change your views on the concerns that are being presented today. I hope that we can all work through these issues. There is so much hatred floating around. I would like to start focusing on how to address all these issues. I hope you do too, and are willing to do something about it. I will end with this. Anyone being harassed of their beliefs, skin color, please contact me. I will address it. I have talked to a few people in Ithaca. What?
At some point.
Who else wants to speak? Just raise your hand so we get an idea of time. Okay. Okay, come on up. What do you want to do? Okay.
I got one on here, Ron.
What's that?
I have one on here at least.
Okay, I guess we'll see how the speaker system works. We'll go there. What is her name?
Chelsea Waneke.
Okay, go ahead, Chelsea.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay? Okay. I'm here to ask for universal masking in schools to comply with the COVID-19 infection control and mitigation measures for Wisconsin schools that was put out on August 4th, 2021. That's what we're being provided from the state, from the Department of Public Instruction, that's using information from the CDC and the American Academy on Pediatrics. I think that you guys have a lot of tough decisions to make, but the question on whether or not students should be wearing masks in schools is luckily not one of those tough decisions. It's easy to follow the instructions of what we're being provided based on the best information that we know. Hopefully over the course of the school year, the pandemic will get more under control. There'll be more options for preventing disease, and we can take away those types of measures. But in the meantime, our schools should follow the instructions that we're being given to keep our kids as safe and healthy as we can. Thank you.
Reminder, 2 minutes is your time limit, so, yeah. Step up and tell us your name.
I'm
Okay.
living with alumni of Ithaca and have grandchildren. And I'm going to say something that one comment more on to memory voice. I write to encourage identified vote by the Ithaca School Board based upon mandate mask by all staff, administrators, and visitors, including those involved in sports. We know that Delta virus is spreading throughout the country. It is highly infectious and especially for those who are unvaccinated, which includes roughly half the population. We also know that the best protection is to be vaccinated and masked. By doing our part to slow down the transmission virus, we minimize situations in which we possibly evolve into an even deadlier virus, one that our grandparents cannot effectively combat. Last year, my husband and I helped our family care for preschool age grandchildren. We now view the upcoming school year, one grandchild should attend kindergarten with uncertainty. Last year, all school experiences were virtual. Since many families in the district did not wish their children masked at school, our grandchild was denied the experience of meeting with classmates and teachers in person all year long. As child care providers, decisions of the Ithaca School Board and mask ripples up. My husband and I are former career school teachers, and we understand the value of the students engaged in school activities and community organizations. Just as I help to our families to care for our grandchildren and their parents to work collectively, mask wearing allows us to attend in-person school and holiday. My advice to the board is to follow current CPI and additional public health recommendations and to draft a COVID policy for schools. Policies and cultures will change, but issues based on solid public health recommendations, not policy. Those who wish to adhere to a mask mandate, those who do not wish to adhere to a mask mandate at this time, may choose the virtual school option. That option should not be reserved for those who will protect others from school, at home, and in the community.
I have two that would like to speak. Andrea Newkirk.
Okay, Andrea can go next. Here's Andrea.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead,
This is Andrea. Okay, so I am part of the ICS Equity. I'm on the committee for it, and I just want to let people know that it's a lot of it is based on our non-discrimination policy. So regardless of the teachers or administrators' religious beliefs or personal beliefs, we are educating students in a public school system, which means we will have students and families in our school with different backgrounds. Ithaca does have a non-discrimination policy. It's the policy of the Ithaca School District that no person may be denied admission to any public school or be denied participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be discriminated against in any curricular, extracurricular, pupil services, recreational, or other program or activity because of the person's sex, color, race, religion, national origin, ancestry, creed, pregnancy, marital or parental status, sexual orientation, or physical, mental, emotional, or learning disability. The state also has a non-discrimination policy. And so if we choose not to go against, or if we chose to go against the non-discrimination policies, we will lose federal and state funding. So we as a staff, our role as an educator is to support all students and families. We want all students to feel welcome and included in our school and our classroom. And I think I speak for all the teachers.
Thank you, Andrea. Amy Fry.
Go ahead. We'll have Amy Fry.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, hold on, I gotta switch my camera around. I'll just stop the video. I haven't been able to hear very well with the audio, but I think it seems like we're discussing three different issues here: the masking, how children identify, and critical race theory. And I'd like to comment on all three if possible. Is that okay?
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. As far as the masking, I also am in support of universal masking, at least until there's a vaccine. And then if you choose to vaccinate your child, then it seems like mask mandates wouldn't be, as urgent as if we're not mandating them, because the kids who can't protect themselves really need us to stand up for them. And, granted, they could wear a mask all the time, but a mask isn't going to be 100% effective. So I really, like my kids, I want to protect them. So that's what I've got to say on the mask mandate. As far as critical race theory, racism goes back at least 400 years in this country, and it is not disappearing. And just because it's being taught in schools, does not mean that somebody's saying you're a racist, you're a racist. It's how we've all been raised. Like we see images on TV, especially back in the 70s and 80s that were very discriminatory. It's getting better now, but really it's not teaching our kids anything that's not true. It is true. It's an ugly truth, but it really needs to be taught in schools. Our history is not that great for everybody who lives in this country. Basically, mostly the white people. It's great for the white people, but not everybody else. And then as far as how children identify, I don't think it's our job to tell them whether they're a boy or a girl. I know my kid gets picked on because he likes the color pink. Like, he has been tortured at school because he wanted to wear pink boots or had a pink backpack. And, if he decides to be non-binary, I support him in every way, but I will pull him out of the school if he keeps getting picked on like this. We need to teach our kids tolerance, because I guarantee most of them are going to leave this county and they're going to meet a lot of different people in this world. And this is how the hate keeps going, is if we don't teach them tolerance. So that's my plea to you. I hate seeing my kid come home crying because somebody picked on him because he likes a color. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Local card. Read it for yourself. Excuse me? I want to. Okay. I live in Richmond. I live in Richmond County, Township. I'm a graduate. I've had my children attend school here, and my grandchildren would be attending. Now, I know I'm playing to a tough crowd here. I got the evil mask here. And I basically am speaking to echo the sentiments of my wife. And I'm going to keep it brief. I know I got my 2 minutes, so member of the school board, and staff community, thank you for taking the time to express my views here. I've taught different subjects. I have taught history, and I can see this is a great example of American history right here. People gathered together to express their thoughts. From listening to the applause and the comments, unfortunately, I don't share most of your opinions. And I'm going to try, and I'm speaking on behalf of the health and welfare of not only my children, but your children also. I'm going to be brief and to the point. The politicalization of the COVID virus is misinformed and dangerous. Veterans, I'm talking, if you're a veteran of the Navy, of the Army, of the Marine Corps, of the United States Air Force, I was a veteran, a non-voluntary veteran through the draft service. I spent my time and I got my vaccine. I rolled up my sleeve and I got in line and I got my shots. I got my shots for my health and I got my shots for the health of the United States fighting force that I was a part of. It's just a shot. So the CDC is not a political organization. The University of Wisconsin-Madison is not a political organization. Mercer Hospital in Madison is not a political organization. St. Mary's in Madison is not a political organization. Becker City Clinic is not a political organization. The Richmond Center Hospital is not a political organization. The Dodgeville Upland Hills is not a political organization. My doctor is not a politician. He told me to get a shot. I'm going to listen to the advice of my doctor. If all of us are in this room right now, unfortunately, I'm 72 years old, I had to go to the doctor and take advantage of great service and go through some medical conditions. I had to follow the advice of my doctor. If we were sitting in the Richmond Clinic right now, you'd have a mask on because it's mandated. It's not mandated because the doctors are in a conspiracy. My doctor
my kids, I mean, I know these people. It's mandated for our protection. That's my belief. And I'm stating it once again for myself, my family, and you, believe it or not. So I'm not expecting any applause, but please don't throw anything at me. All right, thank you.
My name is Holly Addison-Liska. My children used to go to school here. I started homeschooling up last year and a half. Not because I don't love Ithaca. I love the school. Before I put my kids in school here, I looked everywhere for a good school. And I asked around and I felt so welcome here. And most of you in this room are people that did that. About those safe and effective vaccines. I have bags full of these vaccine inserts. This is one of those this is a flu shot that you guys get every year that we call safe and effective. The list of adverse effects on here include pericarditis, death, GPS. Let's see, we've got, I mean, it just goes on and on. I'm going to tell you, you really want to look into how safe and effective vaccines are. Looking here. But nobody's going to tell me that after what happened to my son, that they're safe. Because I watched it happen. And then I tried to go back to the doctor to acknowledge that, and they pretty much laughed at it. So it's not that easy to diagnose that. Now we're talking about an experimental vaccine that's only used by the EUA, it's not FDA approved. And I'm sure we're on the same page here for the most part that it's not going to be mandated, it sounds like, but my question is, where do you draw the line? You start with the mask. I recommend reading this book, Dr. Uniqueness, Safe Against Masks, because there's a plethora of research that helps otherwise that masks is not 100% safe for everybody, whether you have asthma and all these other health conditions, and so many people who can't comfortably safely wear a mask. And no one here is asking people who want to wear a mask not to do it. If you want to wear a mask, it is America. You should be able to wear it. So and family members here, and I'm telling you that people are telling me all the time, like, if this goes the way it looks like it's going, I'm gonna pull my kids out of school. How do I homeschool? We need public schools. Your guys' jobs are so important. We look to you to be the people to help educate our children, but also teach them how to be good people. Because we can't do it alone. It does take people to do it. And so we're really counting on you right now. And about the ICS, discrimination is not the solution. And we cannot have a repeat of what happened in Dane County, where we saw children being told by the teachers at young ages, we're still trying to figure out the birds and the bees, being told by the teachers, are you a male or a female? You don't have to tell your mom. That's awful. No way ever can anybody step in between a parent and a child that way. And I'm going to finish with this. The CDC, or the Center for Diabolical Corruption, has a long-standing history for suppressing and stratifying data that goes against their agenda. I heard advisory committee on immunization practice admit that they wouldn't even give their own shots that they're recommending on CDC schedule to their own grandchildren. If that doesn't tell you something, you don't know what it is.
My name is Lisa. I thought it was appropriate that she gave an example of product information. I actually have COVID vaccine. I really true. It's like, okay, it's true. I'm pharmacist. It's true. Why would anyone want to conduct something they don't know the ingredients, have any studies? I don't know. I don't know how a healthcare professional can even think about injecting this. Anyway, I didn't plan on showing that, but I wanted to let you know I came here locally. And in January of 2020, it was clearly a bad flu season. People were sick everywhere. I've been a pharmacist for 30 years. It was a bad year. February, I had to attend class for CPR recertification. at the hospital. I wanted to get masks. We haven't been able to get masks since the beginning of January. We have none. I wanted to be able to offer masks to people that came into our store that were actively sick with the flu. I asked the hospital for some boxes of masks. I was denied. Then in March, in mid-March, it began to become clear that there was something going on in our country. Some new novel virus. I myself was concerned. We decided to close the pharmacy and work the drive. And also at the same time, this bad flu season, bad flu gone. We worked with the drive-through and implemented the few rules. We would clean our workstations every hour. We would wash our hands every half hour. We had alarms going on all the time. And from March to the end of May, we were doing masks. None of us. We didn't fix it. In June, we decided to open the store again, but with one exception. We will be wearing masks. We will have to do it for at least 30 days. Grow the herb, draw familiar with that. Here we are 18 months later, still wearing the mask. This time, we didn't. But I also noticed a change that people were touching up and down, the satellite food, was adjusted to prevent steaming of the glass. Hand washing, free, cleaning of the workstations, gone. It provided a false sense of security. In conclusion, not all I wanted to say, but the size of the hair is 40 to 600 microns. Coronavirus is 50 to 140 nanometers. And to give that example of dust is 1 to 1,000 micrometers. The surgical mass for 2.5 microns or 2,500 nanometers. And a friend recently told me that's like having a chain link fence and a mosquito. Are you going to catch it? No, you're not. And in conclusion, I kept this mask from last fall. My boyfriend wore this to protect himself from the dust that came out when he put my bag. He wore this mask for 45 minutes. I would like to show you. This is the outside, and this is the inside. And this is an adult wearing a mask appropriately. Yes. This is pretty intense. I've never been to one of these. So I wore this shirt on purpose that don't lose hope. That's for everyone here.
Please, tell us who you
Yeah, you don't care about my shirt. I'm Kelly Conconal, and I have a senior in high school. I'm senior in high school here, but I wouldn't send my younger 3. I'm letting my seniors get his year out because I don't want to pull him out, but if he has to mask, I'm going to send 8 masks with him every single day. So we can change that. Okay, that's very important. In 1918, the influenza pandemic, we always hear about that. What we don't always hear about is that in 2008, the NIH published a thing saying bacterial pneumonia caused most deaths in 1918 influenza pandemic. You hear about the anti-maskers and how they were idiots in 1918 and everybody died of influenza. It was actually bacterial pneumonia that they ended up dying from, in conjunction with the viral pneumonia from the influenza. Another thing I wanted to say was some parents got together in Florida and sent 6 face masks to a lab that their child wore one day. And this is what came back. I'm not a pharmacist, so I'm not going to be able to pronounce these perfectly, but the lay terms are on here. Pneumonia, tuberculosis, meningitis, sepsis, keratitis and granulomatous, amoebic encephalitis, pneumonia, bloodstream infections, meningitis, UTI,
UTIs, resistant to antibiotics, food poisoning, Lyme disease, diphtheria, Legionnaires' disease, severe infection, comorbidity, Staphylococcus pyogenes, stereotype, and more meningitis, sepsis. So my heart broke when I watched Ira run up and down the basketball court in a mask. You can't get good oxygen from that. I don't know how they did it, honestly. I told him to pull it down as much as he could. I know I'm not normally a rebel, but I wanted him to breathe fresh air as he was hooking it up and down the court. We really need to be aware of what our children are going through. As a parent, I have cried often in the shower, praying that this would be gone, that kids, that little kids would grow and see smiles, that there would be parents, teachers, students, ability to connect with one another. We need to have this. If we don't have that, our children are going to be raised not right. We need to love them. We need to hug them. We need to give them high fives. We can't be afraid that they are disease machines, because they are not. So please, please do not mandate masks.
I'm kind of the same old answer. I want to talk about critical race theory and ICS equity. For those who don't know, critical race theory is a graduate level study program that started in the mid-80s. I think it's just popped up in the media in the past year and a half, and I think it's being turned into something that it is not. I would highly recommend that everyone get a copy of this book, The Color of Law. What this does, it's written by a law professor, and this gives a real good summary of what Black people went through legally in this country in the last 75 years. You know, for example, like the interstate highway system, everybody's heard about, Dwight D. Eisenhower pushed it, but where did they put it in big cities? Were Black neighborhoods, people who couldn't defend themselves. Redlining, that was perfectly legal up until, I guess, the Fair Housing Act was passed. Veterans coming back from World War II, if you were white, you could get a VA loan. If you were Black, you could not. Aside from that, my wife's great aunt grew up in California. She saw her Japanese friends taken away and placed in internment camps. And they were American citizens. That was legal. That's what critical race theory is really all about. So just, take the time to study it. ICS equity, someone mentioned the word tolerance. I think that's a good word, but I would take it to the next step further and call that our staff needs to have empathy for kids who are different. You want to support, the white kids, you want to support the Black kids, you want to support the Hispanic kids, you want to support the straight kids, the gay kids, the disabled kids, the kids with IEPs. Everybody should have a fair shot. And religion. This is one that's here to me. There's a vein going through this community of anti-Catholicism, and that's one that bothers me. And so I just, understand what is really at stake here. And I would urge the curriculum committee, if you've got any questions about what's being delivered in classrooms, do a deep dive into the curriculum. Find out what's in the textbooks. Find out what's in the lesson plans. Understand what's there. I know it's going to take a lot more work for you. But, you are the representative of the community, and I think you've got an obligation to know exactly what's going on. Thank you.
My name is Scott. What I want to say, I had huge experience last year with COVID myself.
used to go to my doctor, and got it, and probably died, but going to a hospital because of that. I'm not addressing. So it was like nothing, because my new life, full of like elderberry, vitamin D, and all these really good things that help sport. The doctor, that's why mine recommended. So I got COVID. Wasn't even that cold for me. Wasn't big stuff. Okay, well, my son. Then I have to try and get my kid back in school. Not follow all the rules. I wish I'd never gotten tested because it was just a crap show. To the point I was lied to by Michelle and whoever makes the, the policies or whatever. But I'm in contact with the state health department, county health department, the school. They're telling me that the county health department makes the rules. The county's telling me it's the state that makes the rules. And then the state was telling me it's actually up to the county, but it's not just up to the county. The school has ultimate say in what. Has nothing to do with our county nurse. Has nothing to do with our state medical system or the CDC. This is a school. You guys pretty much have the ultimate authority. That's your decision to make. And I got to run around because my son got tested positive, but then they said, come back at this date. And I'm still got to wait for this date. They gave me 4 different dates. The whole time, my son had to miss 3 weeks of fasting for no reason. He had COVID. He was healthy. He was done. He was gone. He waited his time. And then they still made him wait. Like, I think it ended up being like almost 6 weeks because he got it over the first week. And he still got held out. So this is the thing. Nobody knows this is. Nobody. School level, state level, county level, see, they all lied. Everything was a lie. They all pawned it off on somebody else. Those are facts. I spent hours on the telephone. Each whole different thing from everything. So I will not allow my son to go back to school in mask. But I will tell him that do what he wants, it's his choice. But if he doesn't want to wear a mask, we'll pick him out. He has the right to free education, public and person. There are no laws. There's no law you're passing. It's not and you can mandate all you want. We don't have to send our kids with masks. You're not going to keep my kid out of school. Horrible. So I just want you to know that you guys have lost it, but make some good decisions. I'm not saying to decision I want, but you guys have to make a decision. You guys have to stand up. So, come on.
I'm a graduate and at one time I was extremely proud of this school, proud to be very when we found out I was pregnant with my son, hands down, I don't care where we're at, this is where we're going. Hold on in school. But recently I'm scared to death for my some of these things that I've been hearing and seeing frightening, to be quite honest. One of those things is an email that apparently was sent out for it's going to all middle school, high school students. And it's extremely alarming to me. It's called the Gates Great Alliance. And for those of you that maybe didn't see the memo about this, it's went to the school. But this is a group, they're looking for a group of children dedicated to members of the LGBTQ community. My first concern is this was not discussed with parents. So why is my 7-year-old daughter getting an email about joining this group? I don't know if the board knew anything about this, that this email is coming out, but I'm not okay with that. And my second concern is any child's sexual orientation should not dictate what kind of education they're going to receive here. The sexual orientation should not be a concern of our educators. Yes, we have to be aware of bullying situation. But that stands for Christian, or maybe someone that's not a Christian. Not just if the gay is straight, or whatever you want to identify as. How my child identifies should have no impact on the subject that they are taught in school. Your job as a duty as a school board and as teachers and educators of our students is to ensure that they get the best education possible to prepare them for college, for adulthood, for real life. We should be teaching them how to do math, how to read, how to spell, basic life skills, how to balance a checkbook, boil water, how to cook macaroni. They should be taught about history and computer skills and so on. I think you get my point. My child will not be subject to nor made to feel pressure to the ideas of LGBTQ or anything of that matter while they're in school. This is not the place to be pushing those ideas onto our students. By instilling ideas at a young age and forming alliances, it just shouldn't be tolerated. Public schools have no room to humor the thought of God or even to say Christmas. But yet this is okay. Why do my children have to mask their Christian views, and they can't talk about that in school? Why is that? But the LGBTQ is okay. We can form alliances to that, but we can't form alliances to Christian clubs or any other kind of religious groups. I want my family's Christian lifestyle supported here as well. If we're going to support those other lifestyles, then a Christian lifestyle is a lifestyle that should be supported as well. My job and my right as a parent is to teach my child about different lifestyles out there. It's not yours. It's not yours. This also holds true in my heart regarding COVID, the vaccines and masking. Your job as an educator is to educate my child again. My job as a parent is to make the best healthcare decisions for my children, whether I decide to mask or no mask, vaccine, no vaccine, how long they need to be quarantined. You are here to teach my child, not strip my parental rights by deciding if my child will or will not wear a mask, will or will not be vaccinated, will or will not quarantine for so many days.
Michelle Wabshaw would like to speak. Michelle, did you hear?
Yeah, but you cut off. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so this is Michelle Wabshaw. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I would like to address briefly the low staff morale that is currently occurring at Ithaca schools. As a parent of children in the school, as well as a former staff member, the current staff morale of Ithaca is so low and so alarming and concerning. This staff morale all-time low needs to be addressed as quickly as possible because it is adversely affecting our students no matter how hard the staff tries to prevent this. Staff stress levels, anxiety, and fear is at an all-time high. Again, I want to reiterate that staff do try to hide this from the students, but no matter how hard we try, these increased levels negatively affect the students, which is our children, other staff members, and the atmosphere of the building as a whole. As a result of this low staff morale, there is less motivation, poor staff relations with teachers amongst their peers, paras amongst their peers, all staff amongst their peers, as well as little to no trust of the administration. Again, our children are noticing this and it needs to be addressed, please. As a parent, there's nothing more concerning knowing that my children are going into a building every morning where the morale is just so low. Teachers are not happy. They're not able to do their best, and it is affecting their education. I hear what other topics are being discussed. And I just wanted to speak briefly about this low staff morale and how it is affecting everyone. This is leading to teachers retiring early. This is leading to your staff looking for jobs in other districts, other fields, leaving the teaching field altogether. And if we want to continue to have such a great staff at Ithaca, this must be addressed. I beg of you, as a parent and a former staff member, please work hard to address the low staff morale. Thank you.
Yeah, my 2 minutes as well.
My name is Lana Miller. I have 2 kids that will be in school here, a kindergartner and a 4th grader. I'm going to be talking a little bit more about our personal views. My husband and I run a bake, and kind of not really laugh when we discuss about this in great detail because we have so many kids that come to Ithaca here. They're riding bus together. We do not mask at daycare. We don't. It's not fair to put little kids in math all day. They need that bonding. They need it. They need to be able. We have kids that do speech classes at the daycare. They need to see your mouth. They need to see how you're forming your words. You can't do that in math. Okay. So we get the kids in the morning. They're not math, but as soon as they got on the bus, they have to be math. At school, they have to be math. Just to come right back off the bus. I daycare and I'm math. So majority of the time we have this 4 parents this year are only going 4 days, half days. Or last year, they went 2 days, full day. So majority of the time we have, when we were going virtually, those virtual kids had to come to daycare and we had to help them. No math. And I can tell you this, not one of our kids have gotten sick and we were open all over 2 weeks. My oldest son is going to be in kindergarten. He started playing football. He was super excited about it. They didn't wear masks. And he was so excited about it. My heart broke for him last year because he is asthmatic. When we found out that we had to wear masks, we tried to mask with him. He lasted for maybe 5 minutes. Maybe 5 minutes. Cried and said he couldn't breathe. I'm not saying my kids is like this. And now he's going to be in school 5 full days this week. And it's just not going to happen. So I believe the mask should be an option for a parent depending on their kid. It should be the parent's decision for their kid. My middle child, I talked to a nurse, we have a new nurse here, and no one told her he has CPVT, which is a heart condition. He can have an episode any minute, which means he's already going to have a hard time breathing. He's already going to have a hard time breathing, and now you're putting a mask on this child. Then, you know, he has to have a defibrillator. He has to carry on with him, and it's not fair. It's not safe. We've gone, you know, he was a cardiologist editor, and there was a study that showed that it's rare, but it happens that the vaccine causes inflammation in the heart. Why would I give that to my child who already has a heart condition? But I got a paper stating from school that if my child is not vaccinated, which is too young for anyway, so 12 and older, that they have to quarantine for 14 days if they have any symptoms, sneezing, and they have allergies. I mean, kids not, they run in their mask. They're breathing it in. That's so disgusting. It really is. As far as the Day Alliance thing, my kids know, and this is where it's a parent's job to educate their children on this. I don't feel like it's a school business because my kids know that if you ask my 5-year-old, what are you? He'll tell you, he's a boy. I'll say why. And he's like, because Jesus made him a boy. And he knows that Jesus doesn't make a mistake. But I'll ask him, well, what makes you want to tell me his heart? He knows his heart. But we also tell him that there are other kids who feel like if they're a boy by birth, if they feel like a girl, that's their choice. That's their choice. And we just have to respect their choices. That's all, that's what we need to do as parents. educate our kids too that, you know, as parents, other people, that other people have different choices and that's okay. And in our home, we have two backgrounds. I'm a white African American, okay? I'm from South Africa. My husband's American. My kids are half African American. And that's why it's so important to give them those choices from even a young age, because that's when they first start learning at a young age. Transportation, I'm gonna go down there. So my question is, due to sports. We already had one sporting event, we had football, and they had to mask on the bus, they had to mask when they get back on the bus. Us bus drivers are in charge of making sure that they do that along with the coaches. So if the school says no, but the CDC says all transportation, including school buses, what are we supposed to do? Do we follow? So how is that going to work? Are we going to get backup? Because trying to get these kids to keep a mask on just for athletics, let alone if the school says masking is up to you know, it's up to the kid, parents, or whatever. Okay, so we get the kids, they come back on the bus, get the hands on mask, and expect them to put that mask on. We get off the bus, they can take the mask to wherever, go to school. We have a little dilemma. So if you're at school all day or you don't want to put a mask on, so just a little backup for us bus drivers would be good, because the CDC, which at least until September 15th, I believe right now, they have to mask on bus. Thank you. So over the summer, she was exposed to another student in a sporting event that their family had been vaccinated, but they tested positive for COVID. And so the rules are stating if your child is vaccinated, they can just go about their daily life. No quarantine is doing anything. The unvaccinated students have to quarantine, but the vaccinated students can still catch COVID. They can still spread COVID, just as the unvaccinated students can. So I'm questioning your quarantine procedures applying to unvaccinated students versus vaccinated students. I don't agree with letting the vaccinated students just go about and not quarantine and feel quarantine is necessary. Tonight, first, to my fellow community members, thank you for coming. Speak on their concerns. We will not stand by and have our rights as parents strip away or watch high-quality staff leave their positions because of current administration. Principal Leslie has failed our children and our staff. State testing was conducted. Teachers and staff no longer turn to him because he doesn't know. Wagner, back at the nation. These are facts.
No, it is not. Right now, you are violating what I stated earlier. You are comments are being injurious. You're injuring.
I'm not
You're yes. You. Nothing has been determined. You're making accusations. Are you not?
I am speaking facts.
You're making accusations, and at this time, I request that you you know, if you have other subject points at this time.
Well,
Please.
I think I have the right.
You do, but when you start attacking someone, then you know, now you're stepping over. What's that? Well, the cat's got on the bag now. But, well, I would prefer that you keep it more generalized if you can. If you can, so please, yes, prefer grant using.
Okay, administration, lack of ambition for our children, and lack of staff will no longer be tolerated. Another administration without line, this administration pushes personal fears and politics, using his or her position to tear down the staff by publicly shaming them. This person rules with fear, and the fear mongering way will no longer be tolerated. As their boss, okay. Another administration is so significant parental concerns have been brought to someone's administration attention, and it has not been dealt. But the icing on the cake is the lack of transparency will work. For example, the introduction of ICS activities appears that it was intentionally hidden, using the weapon of fear to threaten job loss to school staff if they spoke out about it. And that is this collective transparency is called lying. The administration has lied to us, and it will no longer be tolerated. For the sake of our children and the staff, respect to the position of the school board to demand the participation of our administration. Should they not comply with this position, we respectfully petition the school board to not renew their contract. Thank you for your attention. Over.
Everyone. Very well. You can go now. I have nothing prepared, just down. Yep. All my siblings, either went to school grade. My wife, all her siblings graduated. All our children graduated. And we have grandkids that went through school. I have a lot of concern. Well, I see a problem here. And, you know, 99% of the kids that get COVID will go through and be more that. People 30 and under, 99% of them will go through COVID, but not die. And this is for saying in the United States and in the world. People my age, I'm 71 years old. At my age, if you're healthy, you can have COVID, and I think I did. You're going better. Back then, you didn't test it, but I didn't test it twice. But you'll go through and be all right. And be stand. I hate these masks for these kids. Watching the basketball game, run up and down the court. You know what that's taking carbon dioxide right down into your lungs, and it's going to affect them down the road. All these doctors are saying, you know, that breathing that back down in your lungs, there's going to be health problems with these kids down the road. Okay. I wish I would look that down. But I hope that you will take it effect, let the people, the parents choose whether they want to do it or not. It's scary. Yeah. I can't imagine, like she thought about the butt. What are you going to do about it? Kids got to wear the mask here, and then they lay it down and put it back up. It's already contaminated. So you're going to do the mask all the time and get back on the bus and back. You know, it's all wrong. I watched a lot of doctors. One last thing, the masking does not work. I don't care. So what you get, there's a lot of professional doctors that don't work. And then a lot of the people that are coming to the hospital, they already had a shot, they're testing positive. So what are we going to do for the people that test positive? What's going to do? I don't know what's going to do.
Yeah, so my big thing, let the parents decide about the math. Yeah, but there's only Japanese over here. We thought that they would be back in America, so we locked them up. But the point is, there's Americans. Yeah. But everyone is afraid. All right.
Thank you for your comments. We will be moving on in our board meeting. Thank you all for your time. And, stay night here, stay around. It's been a long night, so hope you have a comfortable chair. I will move along to item 6, committee reports and minutes. Finance, 6.1, finance and personnel, took place August 16th. Yes, earlier tonight, finance and personnel committee meeting that discussed a number of transactions of note. Several related to parking lot projects. 51954, 52024, 51993. Those checks individually are 570, 38, 77, 800. Rental of skid steers, ceiling and painting, installing light fixtures. So we are seeing that project while as we go outside completed. Those transactions. Another project that we've seen through the weekend, the playground project, check number 51977 for 2295 versus a mulch. Something that we annually, but again, seeing projects through. Many of the transactions, well, one other item that we've been speaking of late recently, technology investments. So there was a check payable to Tierney, 5204 was the number, for the amount of $15,606. And then in addition to that, there was a fair amount of annual expenditures related to technology licensing, software licensing. There was training to IMSE Ward Gillingham for elementary staff, specifically related to for $11,475. And in our most of our annual training supplies we purchased as well, totaling $11,700. So a number of large expenditures geared towards annual expenses. So we have our next meeting for what date was that? September 13th. Yeah. Very good. Anything else on that? Any questions? Move on to 6.2, building and grounds. August 3rd, we had a meeting. We talked about the capital improvement plan and checked off the things that have been completed, which is quite extensive. We talked about our long-term planning of additional new things we put on the capital improvement plan, our long-term infrastructure projects. We talked about the freezer installing improving the cost for well, we proved the idea of a automated system, computer operated seating system, to keep a monitor on the freezer and cooler units here. Talked about the tech ed position. When we have to create a tech ed, where are we going to put it? Because we have limited space, and we want to build up the tech ed position and have one of the best tech ed departments around the area in the school. That was, and we also discussed the addition of a vent for a batting cage for the softball. And great recommendations. Item 6.3, policy, August 2nd. Policy, I don't have my notes typed up. But I know we spent some time discussing code of conduct, that extracurricular code of conduct, dress code. We talked about homeless allowance, something that affects regulations related to displaced families, and also okay. So I guess I don't know this rate. Is this not in
so compensation plan, we did a discussion of that, extracurricular, we just want to pick up online. And the updated policy for 55, student parking, now that we have larger parking lot.
Anything else on that? Question. Move on to item 7, report 7.1, business manager report, state reporting.
Pretty short report, had an audit last month. We're due and completed. And that's just the same service report that's not.
Okay. Any questions? Now we'll move on to 7.2, superintendent's report on district cabinet.
So again, we're all excited to start school again. I love looking at building nowadays. Everybody looks nice. With our still got campus, we are doing that. A lot of training around this summer with elementary and middle school, high school. I have some stuff about the Arctic grant for people that would like to read it. We are creating a recap of the training, and if enough board members would like to attend it on Thursday, we'll make that into a board meeting when we do that. So it's Thursday morning from about 8 to and as that would be a board meeting, so that we would be invited. Because it's open. Yes. What was all the training this summer about? Yeah, the Orton Gillingham that Mr. Brown mentioned, that's a training on phonics, specifically for elementary. We had some equity training for the school leadership team and the leadership team. There was a writing training, and we have an upcoming math training. Did I get them all? Oh, wait, the sources of strength.
Yeah.
That was a training for some elementary. So there was a lot of stuff. All the staff start on the 24th, and new teachers start on the 19th. I created a list. So in our training, we are learning about mental health, active shooter safety, APD, CPR, stop bleeding, EpiPen, and the EpiWord. All staff are also being asked to become certified in nonviolent crisis intervention. This trains the staff to directly intervene in crisis situations, teaching them de-escalation techniques as well as restricted and non-restricted intervention. We're also going to review the mission, vision, and reflective commitments for the Mr. Lechner is working on implementing a reward system for our high school and middle school students. So he wants to give students something to work for that's positive while giving them the opportunity to complete this, all their work. He did mention this last month. The 26th is a staff work day from 11 to 7, but it's also the open house night from 4 to 6. So there's pictures from 4 to 8. And at this point, if you really want to drive a bus, Case Friday will be here, letting you drive a bus. I did it, not too hard. And anybody, yeah, if I can do it, anybody can do it. And the kids can of course bring their supplies in and everything. We did have another day that we had quite a nice turnout. Part of that athletic purple. And then the communication plan, which I did bring you guys as a board probably almost a year ago. But we'd like to get it approved as an overall plan. And we already have a survey, excuse me, for our community development and students and staff and community. We look for a baseline, and one position of the committee is to make sure we include parents and guardians and student voices. So you'll see more comments about, for example, on the agenda for the board meetings. We have invited students, and we want to acknowledge but you know, we want to get their voice, and it's really important, and it also helps them have a little bit more buy-in.
We have many open enrollment requests, and I just threw on the bottom open enrollment price that we would receive or pay out for people without disabilities in 21 and 22 and with disabilities, and then the estimated for next year.
Moving along, item 8, continued business 8.1, COVID pandemic construction procedures, CDC guideline 8.1.1, discussion possible action on masking.
So I'd like to start. I am going to recommend to the board that the students that are vaccinated do not have to mask. We broke this down a little bit differently than we had in the past, because I think at the beginning of the school year, it's important that we have it all broken down to do sports as a separate item and talking about quarantine. We are very fortunate this time to have a school nurse here, so she definitely got a recommendation, but I'm gonna let Kathleen give her recommendation quick.
So my recommendation is that we follow CDC, DPI, and DHS and require masking in the building. To me, that is until the children that are unable to get vaccinated, for those parents to have that choice, I feel that is the best option. I want all the elementary to come into the building this year and feel safe doing so.
My recommendation was masking for pre-K till 5th grade and optional masking in 6th to 12.
Right, and then Mrs. Wilson. So Mrs. Wilson is our new school nurse, just in case you didn't know, and we did, she was giving you a report today, so you guys should be able to get a copy of the table. Go ahead.
To the district board and community, my name is Samantha Wilson and I am your new school nurse. As a member of the Ithaca district, a new member, as a registered nurse, I'm here to give my professional opinion as well as educate you. For those of you who are not familiar with the role and responsibilities of a school nurse, I would like to provide you the definition of a school nurse that was adopted by the National Association of School Nursing Board of Directors in February of 2017. School nursing, a specialized practice of nursing, protects and promotes student health, facilitates optimal development, and advances academic success. School nurses, grounded in ethical and evidence-based practice, are leaders who bridge healthcare and education, provide care coordination, advocate for quality, student-centered care, and collaborate to design systems that allow individuals and communities to develop their full potential. The reason I wanted this job was to make a difference, and I do intend to do that. I want to work with the school board as well as the administration to build a non-political and non-biased health program for the students to help them thrive in what has become a very difficult world. In order to do that, we all need to work together. We need to have an open form of communication for not only the district, but also the community. From what I've seen here this evening, Ithaca has a very strong community. I understand that I am coming into COVID-19 response policy late. I'm not here to speak to you all about politics. I found it increasingly difficult to find scientific and evidence-based information that is not politically driven to present to you all tonight. I've spent the last several days preparing all of this information that does not have a political agenda. I've emailed several references with statistics and medical articles to each of you. I hope you found them all enlightening and educating. I do not want to take up much of your time, so I will not discuss them all with you. I'm here to give my recommendation about masking for Ithaca School District. I've looked at the number of COVID-19 cases for Ithaca. We have 0 active cases at this time. I've also looked at Richland County's active cases. Currently, there are 34. Based on our current active cases and the county population, we are at 0.0019% for active cases in Richland County. I have also spoken to and met with surrounding school district nurses and to get their input. We are all planning to consider the following DHS guidelines for COVID-19 in schools on page 6 and on pages 46 through 48, with changes specific to the district. With these guidelines in mind, I am recommending that all students and staff have the option to feel safe. The best way to do this at this time is to make masking optional for all students and staff, regardless of their vaccination status. Thank you for your time.
anybody wants.
I would, we'll bite this off a piece at a time. There's also things such as, where are things such as distancing, social distancing, things like that. Discuss it, even, it is, I don't see it.
It's not an action.
Okay.
I did email, all the other parents, couple times I've been trying to email them, but, I did add it to the Q&A that we're gonna follow the 3-foot distancing if at all possible. If a parent would like to have a 6-foot distance for their child, we can accommodate for specific requests. I don't think we can get more than 2 or 3 in any one classroom, and that would be in the elementary and middle school and high school. They like to congregate, and we'll do our best, but we're and again, part of this, Sam and Kathleen and I talked earlier today, and we are going to continue recommending that frequent washing of hands. Make sure you cough and sneeze into your arm and shoulder. Mask if you feel it's appropriate. And again, that's a decision to the board. But that's all going to continue. Additionally, in the classrooms, when teachers will still have their shields up, and the elementary teachers, when they work in small groups, those boys will work in small groups like elementary does, pulling 4 kids to the table. But if anybody had a divider, they're going to be asked to use the divider again. So small. Yes, Joe.
Is the mask shield being required of educators, teachers? Is that a policy regardless of as well? I mean, I'm in the situation hypothetically, masks are not required, but this may enroll teachers, then they still be required to adhere to the shielding policy.
Yeah, we definitely have, by shield, we mean actually face shield. Yes, I'm sorry. We have the dividers in the rooms at the tables. And well, we do have those also. We have a whole set of them. So if anybody would like to have a shield, where the students can still see your face, but at least it's a little more personal protection. They're not proven to help in terms like in breathe in terms of well. But if someone were to sneeze on them, it would block the direct spray. That's right.
So Joe, I think, is asking if the plexiglass divider things on the tables are required. Is that what you were asking? Or you meant the face shields, Joe?
I heard that to be face covering or.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I didn't know that was a separate issue.
Okay.
And we've heard any other questions? We've heard recommendations. Are there any action items? Pertaining to 8.1 on masking.
Yes, I'll make the motion to leave it as the parents' choice. You let the parents decide what is best for their kids.
So you're thinking of an optional.
Want to wear it? Great. No.
Yeah, I guess it will include, if we see TSA, who's in charge of school buses, they also are in charge of the airplanes, but they actually have the wall of the school buses. If that policy were to lapse on September 15th, would and again, I don't know if that's going to or not, or if they're going to re-up it, would you then also like that to go into the busing?
Yes. And at that point, federal agency off.
Can we have discussion?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. My concern is, I know that there's some parents that they want their kids to mask. And so I want it, I'm in favor of the optional. I don't know that the masking worked so well, especially at the high school level. When we talked about teacher morale, what I heard from teachers were they felt very disrespected by the kids that refused to wear the mask correctly. And I had emailed Mr. Lechner about some of those concerns. But I want to make sure that kids that come with masks will not be bullied. Will not be bullied. And because I think that is a concern. It is a concern. And it will happen. And so somehow with that motion or whatever, I think we need to address how kids might be picked on if they wear a mask. Because if it's the parent's choice, the parents may say, you're going to mask.
If parents do wish that to be the case, who and how would we then go about ensuring that those parental wishes are met?
Well, but I'm talking about here in the school. So if kids come with masks on and somebody says, oh, look at that baby over there, or look at that pansy.
And yeah, agreed.
Okay,
And not
that's what
discounting
I'm
your-
talking about.
Not discounting what you're saying at all. Kathleen, may I pick on you for just a minute? Kathleen says, I want my daughter to wear a mask at school because that's her choice. And then she comes into the building and then chooses not to put it on. How are the parents' wishes being honored? And I'm just, how do you go about saying?
And that's my concern too. And if I were a teacher, Jerry might say, well, my mom said today I don't have to. Okay, so now we have to figure out a system to keep track of that and honor the parents' wishes. And not, huh?
And then police every.
Uh-huh. Right.
I guess I'm a teacher, I'm a teacher. And as a teacher, I'm not going to police that. That's not my job. And if I have two students in my classroom whose parent is wishing for them to wear a mask, and I know that, I may make a phone call home or an email to just let you know, you're wishing for your child to wear the mask, but they're not. And that's the end of my job. Now their parents take over. And they give the consequence, not me. It's love and logic. I don't believe that. Not my job. I will let the parent know, because obviously they're concerned with us, and they want their child to wear a mask. I'll let them know that, but I'm not going to police it.
I don't know how we can.
I don't think it's not my job.
Yeah, but just, we have to put-
Well, and the bullying issue as a teacher, I would probably step in that, even if not, we can't. But yeah, letting parents know about that, yeah. But as a teacher, I mean, I would step in that also, but and take care of that, but I'm just saying, I'm not. Gonna whether it's I'll let the parent know. I'm here to teach.
Point of clarification, we're talking 4K through 12. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Including adults.
Including adults.
So if you were to come into the building as a visitor,
Right.
or anybody working.
Is that correct?
Except for the bus drivers, until September 15th. Everybody on a bus, no matter the reason for the bus ride, they must mask.
Other discussion?
And I think we have to be very supportive of that. I think Tammy brought up a real concern.
Any other discussion?
Right. I think all parents would agree that there is no tolerance whatsoever for bullying. I think it's something that administration could do if the mask goes that route of option. That it is up to the teacher in the room, that if they witness bullying, no tolerance, you're going home. You lost your right to your education that day, your parents are super mad because one, they have to now change their day. It'll put the pressure on the kids and the parents. Because
because it is my responsibility. If I was bullying a child, I'm gonna be way more harsh on it than you will. And I won't tolerate it. I would think that most parents.
He's a big guy. but
He's
he's not
17, he's almost 18. So I'm just saying, most parents aren't gonna want that either. I mean, everyone has that right and that choice, and I think if you guys put that out, like, hey, it's optional, but if your child is caught being disrespectful to a teacher or a student about masking, you're done for the day. You go home, check their fence, and say, I don't know what you guys do. Suspension, you know, whatever. But no comment.
Other discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Sorry.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Need a roll call.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Peter.
Yes.
Mr. Griswold,
Yes.
Fisher.
Yes.
Manning.
8.1.2, discussion possible action on quarantine period adoption.
All right, Sam, take this. So she knows.
So we don't have, like, I'm coming into this very, very late. I'm still working my other job, so I don't have a whole lot prepared for that. Right now, what we had for the quarantine was the 14-day. And I did speak with Brandy this morning. She said that is still what the county is recommending. And Richland Center School District is also staying with the 14-day. Other surrounding school districts are not doing that at this time. They're doing 7 to 10-day quarantining. On the pages that I referenced in my letter and my statement to you guys, it does have like a spreadsheet for like quarantine cases versus and like the contact tracing that I would like to put into a policy that covers all of that. I just don't have it put together. Does that make sense?
To clarify, that 14 days is related to unvaccinated.
No, that is for everyone. That is regardless of vaccination status, because vaccinated people are still able to they're still able to get COVID and still spread COVID.
I thought I read somewhere in the chart that there was like
Yes.
that's different than.
WIA has that.
Yes,
Yeah.
so that's the other
Part of
thing.
this is, not to interrupt, but she's working 2 jobs right now, and she just started, and I need to get the FAQs out before, she even started. So I did things based on my research and the county. And now we're gonna follow Stan's research. She's going in again. She's not even truly started yet. Although she's worked quite a few days. But she wants to put something in, and I think what we should do is follow how she's gonna do it. She's gonna be the one that's gonna be doing the testing if the parent wants it, and recording that as needed, and telling the parents, this is how long you have to quarantine, and this is when you need to test, and that's when.
And that's what I want to collaborate with the surrounding school district nurses. And they also would like to do that as well, so that it is all like unified. It's not, well, River Valley is doing this, Muscatine is doing this, Richland Center is doing, why is everybody different? We all want to do something that is very, very similar. Plus or minus a few things based on the population of the building. Ithaca is a lot smaller than Richland Center and River Valley. So that is what I'm kind of proposing. I have a meeting set up with a couple of them later this week to discuss that.
So if we look at this, the policy is yet to be created.
Yeah.
So we would give this item, even though by the time our next board meeting, the 13th, will be in a week of school. Well, not quite a week, Labor Day, start at 7.
No.
But what we'll do is we'll follow the policy that I already put out there. It's the same thing that we did last year. We didn't really have a policy. We're just following the recommendations from last year. Bringing those forward until Sam and who can figure out if there's a benefit to having it less with the kids still being in state. And
The other
Yeah.
hope also is that by then we will hopefully have a medical advisor that we do not have right now. So that would also put in a lot of input and advice for this policy. No, that would be a physician that oversees all of like your standing orders, things that you need for school nursing, and also give advice on COVID. It's a district. Yep.
Well, if you can get one to sign
And
up.
if you can
Just send
find
them our way.
one, I've called probably 8 different physicians and I have not gotten an answer from any of them.
So what I have heard on the 7 to 10 days and reading all those things that have been sent to us, those make your head spin, that those that are doing the 7 to 10, that there is a test at 7, and then that test comes back negative.
Correct.
So it isn't just a 7-day, it's a 7-day with a negative test.
Correct, yes.
So I guess I.
Versus the 14.
I mean, there's nasal swab, there's a lot of different things to test out there. I think of yeah, a little kid may not be quite as receptive to that, or a parent may not want their child. I think what type of testing would we be doing?
From what I understand, it's the antigen testing, and that is only the intranasal. It's just the very inside of the nostril. It's not the one that goes all the way back to the brain.
And they can do it themselves.
Yep.
And we have just last week, I think it was Thursday, maybe Friday, I just got the connection with the people that are going to be taking care of our tests so that we can get them, they can administer them, and then they pick them up and we'll figure it out and then give us the results. But that company is not making contact with us. BPI has connected us with the company, but I don't have anybody to talk to yet. So that's still in process also.
Now at UW, you can spit in the medicine cup. You don't have to have it go up your nose. You can, so it's a saliva. They have to be able to make, well, I.
Got to make a lot of spit.
We've done hospital a lot lately. So, and that's choice. So there is that one also. If I don't know if it's going to be offered to schools or not, but
I honestly have not heard of that one.
yeah, when you go through their
That's how the
COVID
university does
drive-through.
it too with their students. You gotta produce a lot of spit.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get enough spit.
I know.
Well, right, no, if you can't get enough spit, Tom, then you have to have it up the nose.
One concern I expressed is without, I know we're, again, I keep that in my house, but without virtual classes being offered, a 14-day quarantine is pretty significant, especially when you think about possibility of self-study, lower elementary, elementary, maybe are reading, multiple exposures where a quarantine would be required. I mean, we are here to educate, and we're going to create adverse environment for them to learn. I worry about how that's going to make kids more than that. I mean, in terms of academics.
And you guys can, if you would like to, you may adopt a shorter quarantine right now. And then Sam can do all the research and get together with area school nurses and come back on the September meeting and say, we'd like to change it to this, and these are the reasons.
It's in order for most boards, correct? That we will be able to offer that if we have 3-foot distance. And so there is a very likely scenario, which is a class, 14 days. And they may never even, I worry about the kids being able to, get them to the classroom, have to study independently, come back 3 weeks later, maybe they're in that same spot again, we're talking about a small classroom, close proximity, I want to see the study because we don't have a space to work. I want to know about the test. I mean, that's the test that goes around the nose is the one that I took that came back positive, 1 day negative, next positive again. So it's like, you can't trust that test. And I don't know, like, all the things and stuff, what is good, what tests are better or aren't. But in my experience with COVID, my family with COVID, that test is 100% on the left. Because they couldn't tell me if we had it or we didn't. And then they made me treat my whole family left in our house for a month because we had so many different. So why would you keep them out with the test that you can't get?
Was there a false positive or is it just there could be false negative?
Oh,
There-
it's
It
false
was
negative,
a
it's false positive.
Yeah, it was a first his positive, then Ira had his, because the nurse said, if you get a positive test, then you can play basketball. And then he got a negative, so sorry to play basketball. He said, okay, if I go get the brain scan one, and that shows a positive, then can I play basketball? And then she said, yes. And so we went and got it, and it was positive, and he was ready to, yeah, and he was ready to go. And she's like, oh, now this is the first day of your quarantine. So that's the thing was it was, that's a big deal for, a 17-year-old. And when we said, he's really struggling with depression, and there's all these teenage suicides, we're very concerned about him. And she said, well, hopefully in 15, 20 years, we'll find that this is not that big of a deal. So I said, well, I'm hoping, and I wouldn't want to be in a position, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's hard when it's a hard and fast rule, but yet the test can go either way, then you're stuck between going, it's going to be okay, we're going to be fine. Let's keep talking, that's something. It's a hard thing. So it is difficult. And then you think about little kids having quarantine for 14 days, maybe on a false positive.
So what is the discretion with respect to the currently right now at 14?
So if we table it, and move it the way it is, the third graders get to last year, the whole class. Would that not be the same scenario for 2 weeks? You're sending a whole class.
Would not be virtual because we're not offering teachers in this facility will not be, correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that they are not offering virtual. Virtual, you have to go to Wisconsin Virtual Academy. So you are home with a.
So is that for people that was here?
No, that's slightly different, and that came up in discussion. That came up in discussion about what happens if the whole class gets sent home. Can the teacher teach that class virtually? We told the teacher we didn't have to teach virtually this year because it was very, very, very stressful, as Ms. Wapshall said. But if the entire class is virtual, could the teacher then choose to teach them virtually? They all have their Chromebooks and their pads. So again, that's a little bit of a discussion for 8.3. But I know it's all, I tried to find it out, but I know it's all mixed in. It's hard to do.
You deny them their education.
Right. No.
No, they get a chance. It's just like.
It's like they're sick. So they would not sick.
They have a greater chance of being struck by lightning and dying.
Here's my question. If my child is 14 for 14 days, you are required to give them an education. Correct?
Correct.
And I don't want this packet of information. I don't want this packet of paper as much paper as possible. I want the ability to get the equal, fair, and appropriate education that he deserves. He should be allowed to move into that class and watch and participate. And I understand teachers will want to do that. I get it. But I want my kids to have an equal education just like everybody else is sitting in that class on that day.
So that's why it's on the agenda for the discussion point. The other thing is that we do have Schoology, where all of the curriculum was placed last year, and so the students would be able to do things interactively in Schoology. So the teacher would have access to them. If a child, what we were going on is based on if a child was sick or quarantined, you're going home just like they would if the parent was for vacation. If they were sick, sick, stay home. Then you have to you have to do your homework while you're at home or when you're feeling better, you can catch up. So I realized 14 days is a long stretch. But that was the option because he said they weren't going to be hybrid.
So is there room for discussion on whether to have virtual instruction? Is that discussable according to 813?
Yes.
I just really worry about, and again, I have the perspective of there are kids who struggle with reading, and then you're going to give them a packet to read, or have a parent who may, or two parents who may be working at home. It just, I know these are all obstacles, but like there's a perfect solution, but the cue can't be worse than but I guess I'm losing the words here, but I just feel like the solution can't be worse than the actual, you know, in terms of like, you don't have, I don't know, it's a really long window and extremely challenging. And I don't want to be, I don't want to not be considering how challenging this is on the teachers, but.
Yeah. You're 100% correct.
So the discussion on 8.1.2 on the quarantine period. Are there motions? A recommendation or? Sure.
So I would recommend at this point, because I don't have all the information, I have not had time to meet with Brandy in person because of the nature of when I've come into this. I would like to just do what we did last year until we meet at the next board meeting. I can present more information to you guys and have a policy drawn up and in place. Does that sound fair?
And you know, there's nothing if they would be getting together sooner and come up that we could not have another board meeting.
Right.
That's true.
To me,
Yes,
that would
that
be
would
the
be
best
right.
solution, that if they're getting together,
Yeah, I
then
just feel comfortable.
we could, and she would have something for us that we would then call. I mean, this is definitely one of the times when it is necessary to call a special meeting.
Great. I don't feel comfortable with non, that they don't make it are not in the past.
So I guess, do you have a timeline? Talk about meeting it this week.
Yeah, we're meeting this week and like I said, I'm still working my other job, so I don't have a lot of days in between now and then to, yeah.
Put the policy like together. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm, like I said, I'm meeting with them this week and then I think I'm here a couple days next week. So could we shoot for tentatively the end of next week? Like on
Yeah,
Friday?
So 19th is Thursday. Right? That's this week. Oh.
Yeah, August is flying.
Yeah.
23rd to the 27th is Monday, the 23rd.
Yeah.
30th.
Yeah, we could meet even on the 30th to know the quarantine. That would be 2 weeks from tonight. Yeah. And that would be before school actually started.
Right.
Goal to have something before school starts.
Yeah.
That
I
could
had a
be-
motion to put 7 days. Kind of like what we were together.
The quarantine period is 14. That is fine. 7 days for the quarantine period this time, and or
But he said with the test.
with the test. Okay, but we would also look to get a policy developed. Direct you to get a policy going on that, try to have a special board meeting. Well, how do you, or I guess, what's the thoughts on that? Well, this,
Worry about it.
then we wouldn't have to worry about it, but well, that's, what's the,
You made the motion, Randy.
yeah, you did, you made the motion to 7 days with a test.
with a negative test on the fourth or fifth day, right?
Whatever we do.
I think we're.
Band
needing
trip.
That quarantine at the end of the school year, we went 14, but for the CDC and I had actually talked to Rose at that time. The 7 to 10 was also an option, but staying on school, we just, it was the end of the school year. And for the school, it wasn't fine, but I think that was between days 4 and 7, we had to have that negative test. And then if on day 7, he had no symptoms, it was negative, then he could go about everything else. We just couldn't return back to school at that time.
That's what we did with band kids
Yeah.
that went on the trip.
But yeah, it was no symptoms and a negative test. And we had actually done the home one. They recommended the home kit. But then we went in also, so we had the 2 negative home ones and we had the negative main one. So.
Not vested 14 days with the test.
And no symptoms.
Yeah, and no symptoms, you gotta say that. Sick.
Right. So we wouldn't need a special quarantine. So I would second that to get you all.
Okay.
So the motion is to approve a 7-day quarantine period with a negative test.
And the negative
And
is starting on day 5.
And I think it has to be 5. right?
It's
I think
starting
it
on
is
day
5.
5.
Yeah, start of day 5 that they can be tested.
So that's have
Yep.
taken on.
Yeah, that is what we do.
Or day 6, and then when they get the results back that are negative, then they need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the typing thing here, but,
7-day quarantine with negative test after day 5.
Second.
Yeah.
No, Joe, second. Yep, Joe. Yes. I can go.
Yes.
Okay. Item 8.1.2, schedule flexible virtual classes this morning.
So we do have the VIVA and then for final approval later in the agenda that if student and the parent wants the child to be 100% virtual, that is a choice. We will let them be our student, do the VIVA virtual academy, your student. They can get 1 or 2 classes here and the virtual like choir or band, those are the ones that let students take. This is different. So this is, again, this just came up this week that one of my elementary teachers said, well, my entire class is quarantined. I'd rather teach them. For, but it's never going to happen in the middle school. Unless we forward. So elementary by default, it would be all or nothing. Or if they did any contact tracing, it might be like 5 kids in the corner that were within 6 feet of 24 hours. Then those kids would quarantine, but then the teacher would have to do a hybrid again. That's what was in the past, hybrid. But I wanted you guys to know, the discussion that I had, and I want to know your thoughts. And we did tell teachers they were not going to have to do hybrid.
And we did that at board level, so that the audience doesn't think this was an administrative decision.
But in that particular class, then you get the entire class. It's kind of like it's either person or it's going person. One of the other elementary school teachers.
I only had a conversation. And of course, if it's not, if it's required, and the board can require that if all your students are out and you teach virtually, then what does that look like in middle school and high school? Because there's no way that's not gonna work there. So,
But I thought we bought all these cameras. So can they not with their Chromebook, can that camera not be turned on?
It could be.
At the high school and middle school level? I mean, we purchased several cameras for that purpose. And then the student would be observing be able to see what's going on in the classroom
And here,
and here.
then there's no then, you know, are they gonna interact with the kid? What if there's a question? Any teacher's gonna stop and answer a question. Then you're watching kids online and kids. Correct, for the length of the quarantine or the illness. So that's not unlike any other time when the kids sick.
Mandated. With the cohorts, our kids, my correct, you said elementary is all or nothing, so if there's a positive test, the entire class.
No, it would be, we'd still look at where their child sits in the classroom. And talk about how close they were to their peers, that they play together.
So last year we did, because that was the recommendation. We also masked at recess because, and we kept them together, one group. They did, they were completely separated. So, you know, with the masking optional, we can do 3 feet, which, you know, Julie and I looked at, the 3 feet kids would be, but the other wouldn't necessarily, unless Jerry said, well, I was playing with Susie under the, you know, and we played marbles together all recess and they sat close. So then, you know, it changes things. So.
There is a reason I have to wait. We would be part of that. If they have students that are quarantined in the classroom, ask them to teach at least 2 days a week. So that there's some interaction with Tuesday, Thursday. And if you pick Tuesday, Thursday, if the kid's out for a whole week, they would then only not have the direct education on other. That's a possibility. That would be for anyone. That would go for, you know, if an elementary teacher only had 3 kids out because they're quarantined, they could do hybrid on Monday and Wednesday, and then 3 that are out would zoom in for those days. But then that other 3 days of the week, the teacher would have to do that. Same thing with the high school teacher. If the junior class is out and you teach a junior class, that'd be different. But if you teach art in all 4 grades in one room, you would have to Zoom 2 days a week or whatever you guys decide. It's just an option, possibility that it's not nothing.
I got a question on that. What if somebody's sick for 3 or 4 days? That same period would apply, right? Because I think on your motion, you're thinking about just saying quarantine kids.
So you're talking like if they had a cold.
Yeah.
And then they
Or not cold, but.
run
you
a
know, they're
fever
sick
or
3
something
4
for like
days.
3 or 4 days. So how are you going to treat that one differently?
And again, it's not just that they're going to all of a sudden virtually have this for 2 days. There's a whole different setup.
If people are concerned about losing staff.
Then that's why I want to hold.
Right.
I'd certainly want to ask the teachers their
Right.
thoughts and their comfort level with this. There may be, certainly I can see some certainly absolute no's.
They were pretty adamant
Yeah,
about not doing that.
how I picked that. When I picked that on. So that'd be the one thing I'd ask is let's just find out from the teachers what staff are interested in this. It has to be, well, I guess it can't say it has to be elementary, but that would be the logical place to start. But we can poll the teachers and ask them which ones would be open to that concept.
Some schools last year had dedicated staff just for the virtual kids. So if, you know, depending on who was out, they would have, you know, maybe at from 8:30 to 9:30 or something, all the first graders that might be out, you know, and try to have a schedule where they the kids would have an adult for an hour, even if it weren't their own teacher that week, they'd still be able to interact and ask questions and see a familiar face.
Shut my mouth, so you can't hear me at all.
Sean, are you doing that this year coming up? You don't know yet? Okay. No, it was actually for my teacher, but they were with me. Yeah, dedicated to. It's a lot easier when you have like 5 kindergarten classes.
Then, you know, one of the 5 teachers is now dedicated to the kindergarten kids that are virtual, the other 4 have kids.
But would it be possible, this is a question, I don't know, you lump 3 grades together, obviously, that's our size, you have 2 kids out of first grade, 2 kids out of second grade, 3 out of third, 1 teacher. You might not be following the curriculum per se, but whether you're helping reading math or something. Is that a possibility?
Virtually teach.
Yeah.
I would anticipate at our school, one certified teacher could manage any of the elementary virtuals that might be there. They might not know the specifics, but can certainly.
You're not to follow a lesson plan, but you're there for questions, you're there for.
Right, they'll have already received the instructional pieces from their teacher. Right, yep.
And we had like 2 or 3 paraprofessionals last year that every Wednesday they taught to kids. They caught up with them and easy stuff, but that Wednesday's gone also. So, and it's hard to have somebody be, you know, not, a sub's not gonna want that job, only because they might be working with first grade, 5th grade one day, and then because they got 2 groups of kids, but then the next day there's 26 kids, or nobody's quarantined, so. That's what we do. You know, I mean, we can do what we did last year, and hire a full-time, all-day sub, and the teacher needs a day off for whatever reason, they're there then. That's why we wanted the dedicated sub last year. We had somebody here, and what, one day, we didn't use that person. Maybe 2, but they were used for whatever class.
Good discussion. But I think we, right now, I think we'd like to get, I think we'll dedicate some. That's right now our plan. It gives us some flexibility in this uncertainty at this point in time. Other thoughts? I mean, I think you've definitely got to pull your teeth before you all done. Go back. You know, put that up for 1 piece. So do we have any action with this, or we table it for the next meeting? Or the word table now, let's see. Okay, we'll table it for the next meeting. Right, so, yeah, the teachers. And then the dedicated stuff. Yep. Any other discussion on that? 8.1.4, discussion of the WIA rule.
These came directly from WIAA. And I recommend we adopt them. They're for all sports, one more generic, but basically following the same hand washing, distancing, no sharing of common water, bottles or anything like they recommended last year. They don't recommend masks, but they're encouraged, and vaccinations are not required, but they're encouraged.
And WIA does have a different set of rules, if you've read the whole thing. And they can be tested just like we had at 5 days, and then they can come back at 7 with no symptoms.
Yeah, it's safe to think, yes.
You can reject it and then there's no support. Yeah. But I'm gonna call them right now.
Your option. Go beyond master option. Correct.
Yes,
Okay.
they're encouraged for individuals. It says not for vaccinated. And we're not gonna worry about vaccinated versus unvaccinated with masks. There's no reason to strap it.
So the one thing that didn't come up in all that I read, what if we play a school that requires masks?
Then you got a mask.
I mean, I think we have to, you know, the unfortunate thing is, and it was pretty embarrassing to me because I'm very proud of Ithaca and Ithaca pride and all of that. I went to the Reed for track. We had a big sign. We also announced it 3 times that their school and that mask was required. There were probably 5 of us. Right.
Well, there is an agreement of Virgin Valley superintendents that we know that sometimes we're gonna have to, there's a higher concentration in one area or another area. We all see that other, I don't remember if it's in the level or not, but when you go to their place and if they're required to mask, then we also should follow their rules. Same thing if they're having 6 feet distancing for visitors. We should be socially distancing because we're, again, trying to be civil a little bit, but accepting that there are different rules for different spots. Somebody mentioned you go to a hospital, you have to put a mask on. Yes, so the AD should know all that stuff. And the buses will have plenty of masks. Yes, the buses will have plenty of masks. We have plenty of masks.
I'll make a motion to, I guess you're looking to make, because there is all the WIA protocol. Second by Linda. Any other discussion? Let's do roll call. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
8.2, discussion of possible action for education in the 21-22 school year.
I would like to recommend that the board accept Eva as our go-to for students. Yes, they're still our student and they can still participate in items here like. Yes. There was no, it's a semester.
Yeah, it's a semester. So they have 28 days to decide if they're going to stick it with it. I don't know if it's a semester or not. And on the 29th day, the school gets the full bill. Before, on the 28th day, no bill. Or they, you know.
Quarters.
Yep. Mhm.
There's still our.
I believe it's for the year, but I can look into that.
We can have that, our here adopting Eva as our online.
They're attending our school, our virtual school.
Which one's that? They are.
Ooh.
No,
Right.
no, no, it's just an open enrollment transfer, and then they would be attending first. So they could play or band or.
And with that, we have to provide a coach, correct?
Right.
No, or that there's somebody.
A
in the
learning coach.
building That the students can make contact with, or the parents, or the virtual teacher. If the student isn't showing up.
The person is going to be doing that, would they not individually point of contact for
I just wrote that down, dedicated sub question mark coach. Great one. At least.
Other discussion? I entertain motion. So extracurriculars, not related to sports, they can band choir, they can participate.
So can, homeschool kids.
Sure, sure. I'm just thinking of, and we just make a motion for it. Not steering in the opposite direction. So we have to facilitate. You choose to participate in.
Yeah, it is. And Mrs. Behrens did bring, she sent Mr. Lecter and I a study we did on the fiddle that involved the instrument and that. She actually created an answer for for instruction as well. Found that great. So she's, she's got 50 kids in there and they're all playing an instrument and, you can't, you technically put a split in the mask, mask playing an instrument, otherwise it defeats the purpose. Anyway, that's just kind of what, it's one of those accepted, it's a thought process for the parents, knowing that in choir, we're going to be singing in masked and unmasked, whatever the parent chooses, there's more risk of the
Droplets.
droplets. Thank you. That was a test, sorry. Getting in the air, and it's a higher risk for the droplets to continue and sharing and all that kind of stuff. That's just like a default.
I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Mr. Bush said it was part of the family's decision whether or not you want to be part of it.
Okay.
Any motions? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Roll call, wouldn't it? Because there's.
Oh, that's true. What is it?
Depends on how many classes they're in for. Yeah.
Roll call.
A full student is 2,900 a year, I believe.
Roll call. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who motioned that? Sorry, I was Becca and second. Okay, thank you. I'm typing that into the, because they can't hear much. Well, then you can't see, and we,
8.3, discussion possible action accepting adopting the communication policy.
So Mr. Lecter has it up. I don't know if anybody had a chance to look at it. Communication plan worked on by a communication team for over a year. We started last spring. And we've seen it before. We did add our tagline leaders today. We added some principals and DAs administration. So the top part has mission and vision, then the reasoning behind the development of the plan. We tell our story and provide communication and promote and build positive relationships and guarantee the use of a variety of media. Then we just list the hubs because there's a lot of ways to communicate. And then we have several goals. So the blue is the plan goals. They're supposed to be on the line. I think this is internal. So the Schools will increase progress toward an equity PLC model. School. You'll see the strategies, and then there's measurement accountability also. Cannot be. Where I am. Establishing clear and effective and clear employee communication plan that includes the knowledge about and support the district again with the strategies. And then the third goal in that section is including students in communication planning and incorporate student voice in your communication. So that means getting students at the board level to come, even perhaps having them sit here and be in on the discussion. We're inviting Mr. Lackner has a day talking about the positive reinforcement plan. We're inviting students to that so they can give their voice. Then there's community stakeholder section. We want to make sure we communicate the vision and mission, develop and maintain positive collaborative relationships with everybody, and enhance the image and public opinion of Ithaca. Then a specific one for family engagement. So we want to create family engagement at all grade levels that acknowledge family voice, again, getting the voices of the parents heard. I'm going to mention this tonight that if anybody would, I mean, I had quite a few parents reach out and email me with questions and stuff, but not nearly the number of parents we had here. So I can't hope have discussions and open communication if I don't hear people are upset. So, and that's just a very relevant topic it was tonight. So we're trying to get the information out there so that we don't have it. Then for crisis, this is about safety. So we're achieving coordinated communication both internally and externally regarding safety. Then the list of audiences, and when we started it, June 24th of 2020, we finished it in June, and it's August. We're bringing it to you, and hopefully you'll approve it tonight. This is also a living document. As we do things, we're going to update it and write on it. Say we got this. We need to work harder on this. This goal should be modified, so it's not like okay, we're done. It's going to be looked at all the time and modified and changed and added to this.
So I guess if it's a living document,
Well, we're adopting it as presented.
as presented.
And correct me, but you would not make changes without bringing it forward.
No, I wouldn't change the actual document. We might make a copy of it and write on it so that we have it. We'll post this as is as a static document. And then what we'll do is, when I mean living document, it works for me, I guess. I like to write on it. I'm going to do this and this and this, or this got done at this date. So the hope is that we can come back to you in 3 months and say, this is what we've done, and show it to you on the document. But I'll make a static one. For everybody wants to historical.
So then I would suggest that that be a monthly item on the agenda in case things want to be changed. You know, if suddenly somebody says, oh, we forgot. If we don't have it regularly on the agenda, it might not be brought to your attention, even if it's a small thing. Something to think
We
about.
have monthly meetings with the communications team. I would try to recommend quarterly to the board. Going to you guys.
I like that.
Okay.
If there's no change, no change. If there is,
If it's ICS, by a stir. It's on there. I guess I'm okay with that.
go back to it, Mr. Lechner.
Discussion. Motion. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
So I guess I'm going to
quote as Amy, and we talked about, things about the meal planning, that it's not supposed to be a curriculum, but we have one about it.
So,
I'm confused.
yeah, so it's, the goal is, the first goal on there is ethical schools to increase progress for an equity PLC model and coaching driven school. So, we already use PLCs, we already have a coach hired. We've been working on equity for over a year. This is actually we're starting our third year. ICS equity is a set of modules to help the staff work through how we perceive how we teach. I'll use my example. When I started here, within 3 weeks, I had a teacher say, I want to refer like 4 kids to special ed. And I said, oh, okay. So Catherine and I went down to the teacher's room, and the first thing that came out of the teacher's mouth was, well, I have this kid and I had their brother, so I really didn't have that higher expectations of them. And then I did this and this and this, and it got better, but then I did this and this and then it didn't get better. And then that teacher went on to state 2 or 3 or 4 other students and what they did and how the student responded. And the first thing that came out of my mouth was, I'm really disappointed that you have such low expectations. But she basically told me she didn't expect much from that student. That's pervasive in this school. I had their brother. I had their mom. Oh, they have an IEP. They're poor, or their family doesn't speak English. And so because of that, our staff has lower expectations for those students. That's what we're talking about when we talk about equity. And again, we're gonna, all y'all wanna come on Thursday, because we're gonna go through exactly what we did with the teachers, so that you know. And I've stated this a couple times, it's my bad that I did not bring it to you guys sooner. I do put stuff in my reports, what we've been working on and how it's been working. I shared, Ms. Shane did a circle graph, I showed.
So I want to speak to that, Julie.
Okay.
So the lesson plan part and the unit plan. So my portion of the module that flares when high, right, was I accept my own personal bias that I was raised Catholic. I'm Irish. I grew up in this community all my life. I went to a private Catholic college. I was well supported by my family. I accept my prejudice that when I go to an inner city, I'm afraid. But I shouldn't be, because I've had no bad experiences here with people of other ethnicities than myself. But because of where I've been raised, not bad, it's just the reality. I want our teachers to just accept that because of where we've been, and not to say it's bad, it's just, this is who I am, and I need to acknowledge that. I got to be careful so that I don't inadvertently treat somebody different from me differently, even innocently. And that's where I want our staff to be. Like, we talked tonight a lot about religion and things. I mean, I went to a Catholic school. I was taught religions of the world by a nun. And I just remember, she was that big. We aren't to judge anybody. She was very adamant about that. And so that's what I wanted from Ithaca. Like, I grew up here. I had a great experience. I love Ithaca. And I want my little great nephew to come and love Ithaca. But I want everybody to, so if a kid comes to a teacher and says, I'm not sure what I am, whether it's gay, straight, smart, dumb, it doesn't matter. I want the teacher to not take their own feelings of beliefs and put it on, and just accept that kid wherever they are and help them understand themselves and learn and be happy at Ithaca. So, but it's really those things that Julie mentioned that this school has issue with. Accepting people no matter who they are. And as staff, just accept that because of where I was raised, and I have Dave, who was raised in Bettendorf, Iowa. His dad was a John Deere engineer, a very affluent family. So coming to Richland Center in the 90s, right? That was up to the campus, that was an eye-opening for him. But, you know, just accept that we're all born and raised in different situations, and we're to accept everybody and teach them and care for them and care for their families, and all means all. So that, I mean, I'm sorry I get passionate, but you know, I accept my own prejudice, and you know, we've gone to Chicago and I get afraid, and there's nothing happened to me that caused that, but it's my reality. So I need to just be aware of it and not allow it to get into my school stuff, or even my, you know, my Walmart stuff, because, you know, wherever I go, I am Ithaca, like that's me. And so that's what it is, I guess. So I hope sorry.
Thank you for that. But so that and everything we heard tonight seems like everything's at a teacher level. But the way this is worded here, this is at a lesson level to kids. So that was my question. What's changing on the lesson to?
Nothing really, like just to be more aware. So if I have a student who, so like the computers, and everybody got internet this year, right? We did our damnedest to make sure every kid, regardless of where they lived, whether they had money or not, had access to the education. That's what that is. So if I have a kid that comes in, it's my job as a teacher to make sure I've read that IEP and I'm addressing their learning needs. Or if I have a kid that's been identified gifted, it's my job as a teacher to make sure I know that and I'm addressing their learning needs regardless. I get a kid that can't speak English. It's my job. And so what's happening is we just are making sure that when I get 15 kids and I'm sitting down to write my lesson plans, I'm thinking about every single kid and their learning needs, regardless of.
There is no canned lesson plan that we're giving.
No, not at all.
And just the way that's worded, I can see what people are going to take it.
Okay, well, that's good to know, because that wasn't the intent, because truly, all the learning we're doing now is at the adult level. It has nothing to do with, I mean, it impacts the kids because we want teachers to just be aware and know your kids, right? I get new kids, know them, get to know them, who they are and what they like to do and what they, you know, do they read or not? Can they write?
If they like tractors, do you have books on tractors?
Right, yeah.
Just like he said with the wording, that was, I mean, so simple to be possibly misinterpreted to where.
Apparently. I had no idea.
Maybe been avoided and voice formed to.
Well, then we'll be sure to bring this on the next agenda with a change.
And actually, let's not adopt this, let the
Yeah.
communication team work on it. And I can't even.
Okay.
I can't even go with Lucy, but I've looked at it so many times.
You know, parents are very intense about how their children and what their children are being taught. So something so minor, I guess if it just would have been.
Got it.
I mean, it was simple, but if people could understand and, you know, there can be discussions on it and there can be changes made to it. I just feel that, yeah, that was just kind of like, oh crap, like what's being taught that we don't know about? What is being said to our kids that maybe we only want to? And the same as like you had just said, you know, if a kid would come to the teacher and you want them to be able to handle someone saying, you know, I really don't know how I identify, I'm confused and whatever. But that even if you give all that training to the teacher, that teacher may be like, I am not comfortable.
And we talked specifically about that, Becca.
Talk to the parent, but I am not comfortable, you know, giving any advice, talking to you about that. And, you know, I mean, the teacher should have all the right to say, I'm not comfortable with that.
And they.
That is, I mean,
That's part of their identity, and that's what they need, that's what they should work on, meaning it's okay to be you.
and to say that there was confidence in the certification.
Apparently.
Just more loud and clear from parents saying, we don't want teachers having to practice special with their kids.
Oh, definitely.
That's what it comes down to.
So, so I'm gonna, again, get a little bit on my stage here. If the parents would have called me, I could have talked to them. I could have, if you guys would have said, this line is not working well, you looked at this,
And there's like 8 people on that, 8 adults in this building that have looked at that and not seen it in the eyes that it was seen.
Right, And
But we're
so,
seeing it
pick up
because
the phone.
a different
Julie,
background.
I don't understand this, or tell the parents, or the parent says, what the heck is this ICS equity? Your first question should be, have you talked to Julie, Chris, Kathleen, the teacher? Because that's the communication we need, so that, and again, I'm okay with whatever happened here today. I mean, I think it's important because we need to, again, everybody's at the table, we're communicating, it's that particular venue is by default only a one-way communication, because I can't, you know.
Citizens
we're not supposed
forums.
to. And I'm not on the board, this isn't my meeting,
It
it's
was
yours.
so nice too, I mean, even if it was intense or a little frustrating at times, like it's nice to hear from the community as a
Yes.
board member. I mean, that's not my board meeting, but just to kind of hear, you know, sometimes I don't know if they feel more comfortable doing it in a setting like this. I don't like speaking in front of people, but even if it's a few here, but it was just actually nice to, you know, it was intense to actually hear from them and hear their concerns, and that's, I want people to be more involved. I don't want it to just be us every time we're sitting in a meeting. I want people involved.
And I don't know if you've noticed, but when I have committee meetings that aren't board level committee meetings, I occasionally will, I try not to do it all the time because I've got probably 18 different committees. But I try and invite the parent, like I'm having a communication meeting or a safety meeting. That's one that parents are actually on and attend the meeting. And so those are open for discussion if people want to be a part of it. Health, I've got a wellness committee now, and I've got and that's my community member on it, and Mr. Monty's on it, and I think Chelsea's on it. So, you know, I do have some with parents on it. I love the parents to be on the committees because I don't have that perspective anymore. My kid's 26, so.
I have a couple of questions, statements, and I'm gonna ask them on behalf of staff that I have spoken to, okay? So one would be, you say that the lesson and unit planning isn't going to be changing, but I've been told that there's been a book list that was sent out.
I suggested a diversified book list that that I received from my reading training this last summer.
Okay, are they being required to use those books?
No, they're being made available. So if a kid is wondering about, with books, I want kids to have mirrors to see themselves and windows to see others. So if a child is of a family with 2 women parent, should they be able to find a book that they can identify with? Doesn't mean that a child that has a mother-father family has to pick it up. Yeah, no, the idea is it's available if a child wants it, just like if you went to a public library. Yep.
So it's not forced into the curriculum?
No.
Okay.
It might be forced by the person to purchase it for availability in our library.
Okay.
Right.
That's a different issue.
Right.
I didn't hear anything about that. I just
Okay.
heard that there was a list.
There is a list. You are correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And then another one, I hear you all saying that teachers, staff, whoever should be, and parents, you know, we should be welcome to have questions and express our concerns. And I would say that not everyone feels comfortable and feels that there may be consequences. And I would admit, coming here tonight and speaking, I'm afraid that there may be consequences for my children. Like, how are they going to be looked at differently because I spoke out against something that I don't like? Because we choose to bring our kids to Ithaca.
And you and I had a couple conversations. As a matter of fact, I thanked you because we forgot something on our Q&A, and she's like,
Yeah, because I had afraid to communicate.
I'm like, thank you. I didn't even think of that question. And so then we put it on the Q&A. So to me, that's a parent emailing me as a way for me to learn and get better at what I do. That's just how I approach it. I try and give people resources to learn new things. Mrs. Scanlon's not here anymore, but she also emailed me and I gave her a couple of sources to look some stuff up. One of them I hadn't even gotten to, but I guess I would be concerned that if you felt that a teacher or an admin were to do something different to your children because of this discussion, that would be a discussion that I should really dive into.
Well, that would be a shame on administration or whoever that's. Yeah.
Exactly.
Because we all have a voice.
And I want to know. I want to know that, and I want to help fix that issue because it's a little systemic here that it's okay that certain things happen, and it's not okay when people are bullying. We had two young ladies speak at a council meeting last week, and I was so proud of them. They don't want us to share that because their peers will pick on them for their beliefs. And I'm like, so I had to just tell them how proud I was of them, and then hopefully Mr. Lechner included in his list of all the cool things the kids did this summer. But it's just generally accepted that some kids get picked on, and I really don't want to stop it. So.
And
that's
same
why I
here,
think
Jesse,
we
if
should
that
do
happens, I would want to know, having worked here now, this will be my 20th year in raising both my girls here. They have an opinionated, mouthy mother. Even before I was an admin, and it was hard for them because I would speak out or I would have to be the discipline of maybe their friends who were maybe bullying or being naughty, and that didn't bode real well. So, I want to know if things are not.
And if you're really uncomfortable with me,
Right.
you can go to Mr. Lechner, or you can go to Ms. James, or you can go to the teacher and have the teacher come to us or come with you to us. Does that make sense? That's what I encourage with the staff. If they're not comfortable talking to me, we'll bring somebody with you. We're just gonna have a conversation and open dialogue. And, I can't fix stuff I don't know. It's not happening. I don't know.
And we don't say anything. My daughter is a sophomore, so she tells me all the time, Mom, shut up. So, but you sometimes just gotta say something in defense of them, so.
Yeah.
What's the thoughts on the communication plan? Move on to 8.4, discussion on action, safety drill documentation.
This is required under new law now, and I should have done this in January for the year, and when I put it on there, I'm telling you, it's great. My PDFs. So basically, it's Mr. Lechner documenting who was at the trainings and instead of the mission director.
Need a motion to adopt it. I would make a motion that we adopt the safety drill documentation.
Linda, your second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Item 8.5, special possible action, bus driver pay and/or bonus.
So we guys had approved the bonus, and Kelly was a vote for this, and I'm expecting her to be here, so I'm sorry. She shared with me the name
Kelly, Carrie.
and nothing. She covered everything. It throws me once in a while. She had asked Lamers what they had. And Lamers does. Lamers, she got one of the bus drivers, and they said they have up to 1,500 sign up. Person has to be there the entire year in order to get a bonus. The current bus drivers would get a monthly bonus based on attendance depending on the time. January, February, March would be $100. The rest of the year would be $200. He said it would make them stay in the hard times, so they would get it. I asked him if he had the opportunity to drive. If the guy would, the answer was no. I asked why not, and he said because the drivers did not bring the bus home. Which that never came up in any of the conversation, so that's good to know too.
And I don't know if you've noticed on the news, getting bus drivers is a crisis all over. I mean, this is not necessarily, I mean, maybe it is paid. You know, but every school district, even with the contracted ones, they're having trouble getting people to work.
Verona School District changed their starting
I know, some
in
of those
order to,
kids,
well, they'll pick up one group of kids, deliver them to that school, and then they go back out, pick up the next group, because they didn't have enough drivers.
Okay. So I believe you guys have approved a bonus for new drivers. And we were asking for a bonus for current drivers. Now that we know that Lamers is 1,500 sign-up bonus, still, I believe, said not so much on the sign-up bonus just earlier today. But, you know, and we wanted to make it so that we retained our drivers also.
well, and Kelly had shared with us what they do at Cobus, so it was perfect attendance.
Yep.
I mean, there were things that were tied to that.
No accidents.
That's good.
Paid after completion. Yeah. Or maybe it was, wasn't it, 6 months?
One was at 6 months, there was like two different.
Two different times.
Yes, two different, halfway through the, about 6 months, that's whatever, half the school year. Our second semester, or the first semester. Yeah, the school year.
And I can remember us talking about a tiered system for the drivers earlier, a couple of years ago, I think it was. And it, those get a point in that our bus drivers get a flat fee, but once they go older drivers, more experienced drivers, the drivers who have worked here longer, don't sing along as the newbies, which is just odd, and I don't know if it's the position that we felt was something that we. So I don't know if you guys would consider that, but the agenda item is specifically on. So this would be the current, we already did.
So right now, what do you get per hour?
I believe it's 32.86. Is that right? Sure.
So was that with the increase? No, because we gave an increase, that's supposed to come into effect.
Yeah, well, that's what the contract said, but I mean. that was
You signed the
subject to-
contract before I think we did the increase.
Yeah. Yeah. Or you mandate that we sign the contract.
That's a
state law.
Well, I'm saying you mandate.
We're following state law and we are
Issuing
required
contract.
to issue bus drivers. Okay, bus drivers. All right, so 33.85. It was 32.86. You approved 3% raise for everybody, so it's 33.85. Per route. And then
How many routes? 4 or 5. Routes.
Yeah, they get 2 routes a day.
I was thinking 4 routes.
Oh. 75, once a day. That's 4 drivers. Actually, kind of 5. Teams have a little route.
Yeah, some of us have been here for previous meetings, so somewhere we need to take just a damn break.
We'll take a break, take a break, so. We'll just. Grab some dinner.
Don't wait any longer, Linda. You find anything?
175. I trusted you. Yes.
Oh, they're dropping like flies.
One way, times two.
They're dropping like flies.
Exactly. What's that? 11,847. That's exactly what I did. You know, I had a formula.
No, you did.
It's because Al's here. Because Al's here. When he was on the board.
So I asked him here where.
So that was last week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, bring back to back at formal session. Put that in your list. Okay. If we, right now, the numbers were at with the increase to the, it'd be 11,840, 50 cents. But we went up to a, one suggestion was the $38 per route. Bring up to 13,300. It's $1,500. Correct. Additional cost there, but what's the thoughts on increasing it to 38 per route, but or even at that level, we're given a bonus at 6 months or at half the school year, at the end of the school year. How do you want to structure it? Do you want to give an increase? But because we went from 33.85, which was what you kind of live right. 11,847 up to 38. How many drivers do we have on that?
Or no, that's fine.
Yeah, we have on the agenda to hire. Yes, driver. Yeah, driver.
So just FYI. Hospital are gonna be having that. Social Security has.
How many are you?
75 days.
Per driver. Per driver. Each driver.
Yeah, repeat that.
Each driver is,
No.
175 school days, 2 routes a day.
Well, times 2.
per driver.
Per driver.
Driver.
Pretty good. idea what if we increase the day, route rate, 33.85, let's say. What would the end? This is impact be? I don't know, but, share anybody else on the spot at the moment. If we have it set in, we can always compensate.
When did we talk about these?
1,500.
Okay, so just so you're aware, you're giving us $1,500 to make $1,450.
That's our new.
Yeah, that was approved for new drivers, not for new drivers. Well, but if we hired a new person,
Then we're getting applied at 38. Right.
they should be hired at a lower
At the
rate,
lower.
85,
Correct.
and the
And
current
retain.
drivers.
This is for retain.
Yeah.
Okay. Existing. Well, yeah.
So if we made the motion to offer the same bonus to all bus drivers at the end of every year, that actually puts another $50 in the pot. If you take $350, like $4 and 15 cents, that you just increase $1,450 a year.
But then we're talking what, then you said next following year, school year would be additional.
If we just adopted a 1,500 at the end of the year completion bonus, all drivers knew. Old does not matter, if you completed the school year. You go all, you attach the, accidents to it. But by $50 more than your pay.
Otherwise, you're two bus drivers, but they can stay, a year from now. They're 2 year, 3 years, like I think it's a lower scale. You're bringing on new employees. Then you're in the same problem.
Yeah, you would probably have to up there. Start moving them up. But we'll, that discussion. Second year, we moved up.
There's two of you sitting here. If you had the
Well, you need to be the leader. You need to be the leader instead of the follower. And of course, your experience is here to defend yourself, but I'm pretty sure that Cobussing is paying $19 an hour. Some of them are starting out at 17. I know of some drivers that are getting $19 an hour. They base their route off of the 2 hour because they take their bus home. So the route starts at home, I'll say up in the holler and so by the time they do their route and then go back home, they have 2 hours involved. We were being late. And I mean, we're loyal and.
So you would rather the $38 an hour versus $1,500 bonus?
Yes, I would.
Okay, that was my question.
Super existing. Correct.
Right, and I'm going to play the devil's advocate, and I'm not saying that our bus drivers are not worth the $38. I'm not saying that at all. We are setting a precedent that maybe parents get $18 down the road. I mean, I'm just saying that we gave everybody the 3%. And I know the dedication. And I know how hard it is to get the drivers. I know that.
Well, in my opinion, I'll say, and I understand what you're saying. Okay, back in the day when I was hired and we were under a union. So all from the union, all support staff got equal step up, whether it's 1%, 2%, no raise. I mean, we went through an era that we had 0 increase. You were on the board. And so.
But I was, yeah.
Someplace you gotta level out the table here.
Right.
pretty soon, and you're getting further behind the 8 ball as every year goes by compared to the other transportation places out.
And Bill, I'm just pointing this out to the new board members. We've got a lot of new board members that need to understand finance. As far as, that's what I'm saying.
But to Bill's point, Bill said this right now on the other bus strike.
Right.
That's how I look at it. But if
Mhm.
Karen wants to come up and say, this is what the year 7 precedent by getting bus drivers, I would totally agree with
Okay.
that. I guess I don't see. That's the pairs do one thing, bus drivers do another.
No,
Two
I'm
totally
not
distinctly
saying
different
that
jobs.
that's
If they've
not-
got lumped together by some policy or procedure or some thought process, I guess I'm baffled by that. Because they're
I
two
think
different.
it was back when there was union, they all belong to the same union.
That makes sense.
And I think that's when that happened. So the perception is, you know, one group gets 2% and everybody else gets 2%.
By the way, Act 10 come into play. Act 10 screwed everything up. And it's never been adjusted to where, you know, I don't care whether it's in teachers or what. I truly know that it messed up.
Well, and I will say that we did, you know, we did scoot a couple of the tiers up to $12 as, I mean, our starting pay is up a little bit here also. For the full-time people, the 3% route change was 99 cents. So that's about 50 cents an hour. Oh, and that's right in, that's actually on the top end. And one of the larger. compared to the other.
If this would also explain the future of the new driver versus the existing, getting them to the range like what was in on English. So you're getting something a little extra for your experience.
Other discussion.
It's still cheaper than.
Yeah.
And we love you.
Well, we know you probably love our kids more.
I would entertain motions.
I'll make the motion for existing or existing drivers. We got that for routes and our rate unit that we.
For route.
Route.
I have a motion on the table. Your second.
I'll second.
Roll call, please. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who seconded that?
Item 9, new business, 9.1, discussion possible action, bills and balances. Receipts last year, $232,469.38. Disbursements of $633,244.30. We looked at 930.
924.13.
633,900. Okay.
I make that motion that we accept those figures.
I'll second. Roll call.
Wait, what?
Linda.
Sorry.
Linda.
Linda.
Kelly? Brown?
Yes.
Ridgway?
Yes.
Peterson?
Yes.
9.2, discussion on GSA, pay straight line.
So we have had a student go to Mr. Lechner and myself and request that they be able to start a line. As we did when we discussed having the Christian Fellowship of Athletes. Sorry. Christian athletes. So to let you know, if the student wants to, and they can get a board, staff member.
First of all, on the letter that got sent out, we did not know about that. She did that on her own.
The survey.
The survey, but it emailed to class of 25.
Student.
It was a student that sent it out, and then a parent contacted Ms. Crowdy, and then she contacted me about it. And I contacted the student and explained, and actually in an email, on what the proper procedure is to try and start a club in school. We didn't know about the survey. That's why when people were saying, should have been sent, we didn't know.
A question with that. Is there a plan of sending additional email out stating that? I know there are plenty of people here tonight that probably forgot the first time. No. Is it possible to send that out? Email addresses, they have them.
Yeah, I can certainly do that. I wanted to talk with you guys first about it.
I think that would go over quite well. All fast and fired up.
And the person that's asking about the club hasn't gotten me the specifics yet. So
What's the discussion as it relates to this alliance? I mean, is FCA meeting during school hours? Will this GSA meeting during school hours?
again, those are all the things I asked that person to give to me that they have. That's why I wasn't. Yeah.
It's in the early morning. No, we don't like any.
Well, FFA does, they're a club,
Well, they usually meet at one, well,
right, but it's still during the school day, but not during a class, so. Mhm. FBLA meets during the day. So some of the clubs do.
during fair preparation, all that. Christmas Club, Virginia Seniors all the meet. But we have a tag time for that, you know, so that can be built into that, especially for the classes. This would be something that we respectfully requested after.
But like FCA could request, you know, if they were planning an event, they could request during like an attack, they have a rotation of when clubs meet. They could request to be on that if they wanted, because some kids can't get here before school because they ride the bus, so. Just like, but, you know.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, we're just letting you know that, that's all right. Yeah, because we want to, again, the communication, we want you to know that there's students that want this and we want to support our students. So Mr. Lecter's still waiting for the information he needs. Just like the other one, we had a discussion on it. And basically I just said, go.
Anything else on that?
Well, we haven't quite, Mr. Manning and I had quite a discussion. If there are students that identify as gay, that you're asking, we're not asking them to tell us what their gender is or how they identify. But you have boys going into women's or girls? No, we don't. Correct. Not that I know.
What would you stop? Could you stop? What would be about?
If we had a student that really felt that they needed to use a non-gender bathroom, or, and we've done this before with students that just needed a bathroom, but that was bigger, lots of times we just want to use the staff bathroom.
What if I want a non-gender bathroom?
Yeah, we will probably have to have a meeting on that one of these days. We probably should install a neutral bathroom for students. I think that no issues, right?
We don't have room in this building for it. Well, yeah, we were a boy in the girl and we don't want girls in, yeah.
And I would imagine that, and again, have you talked to Mrs. Lovin about changing rooms or anything? I mean, the girls, I know the girls go in the locker rooms. So.
We haven't had any issue on non-binary yet, but there's an awful lot of court cases pending right now. I did have this at a different school I was at, and we let them use the staff bathroom, and then we were told that was illegal because we were singling them out. So that's going to be a lot of talk with lawyers on how you decide.
Yeah, we had an issue here at Ithaca probably 10, 12 years ago. And that person would have taken it as far up, and the school would have lost. You can't send them somewhere else. We're a public facility.
But when you go into Quick Trip, there's another bathroom right there that you can use. That doesn't say lady, man, gentleman on it. It's a family bathroom. And it's right there in the same place. Every district.
And we'd have to check legally with our lawyers that if we did that, would you tell them that they had to use that bathroom? I know it's
Then they gotta accept all the other things coming.
So this Christopher policing, probably not. People can try to walk in there and, walking inside the vessel.
yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, let's, we'll have a discussion. I mean, at this time, that's a good thing to run by the legal counsel on, as that transpires, what we need to do on matters like that. What get.
I mean, if you're making allowance for a group like this to be had here, you're gonna deal with it.
Yeah.
It probably will come up, but I think the fact that we're gonna have a group that then they could both brainstorm and think of some alternative ideas. And then maybe we get the attorney in on a discussion with this and say, this kid wants this legally, she would know whether or not we'd have to provide that, or then if anything happened, the attorney says we have to build a new bathroom, in which case I go to the board and say, we need to build a new bathroom, so that's the kind of stuff that we haven't dealt with it since I started, so.
And then you gotta deal with the athletic stuff too.
Yep.
Which is really huge. I just read the other day where the fastest woman in the world had more gold medals. And there was 20 student boys in high school. So.
Okay. Keep moving along. 9.3, discussion possible action, something a homeless grant, $30,000.
We're over a homeless grant, and it's going to support our homeless students, and that includes the after-school activities. In the after-school programming, I took that into the grant when I wrote it. So excited. Cheryl doesn't get excited when
I'm gonna become the grant specialist next. Okay. And someone else could be the business.
Okay.
So what does it entail?
Basically, I said we were going to target students that are homeless to make sure they are invited, and their families are invited consciously to activities, including the after-school programming, to make sure that students that are homeless are given the same opportunities, and make sure that we part of the wrap up the next part of the policy that we're looking at. But yeah, and it's all so
Question. I didn't see that. Notice. Great.
we haven't spent any money, so we can always say no to the money anytime.
Not saying that, I mean, from an acceptance standpoint, we have to have action tonight.
No, I can put it, I'll put it on the agenda again next month and link the actual.
Okay, very good. Move on to 9.4, discussion possible action on state academic.
So again, I apologize. We're supposed to do this at every single July. Board meeting is adopt academic standards. And so I link them. We use the Wisconsin standards that are. listed
Scroll
on
down,
this
Chris.
page. And there's.
Keep going, that, yeah. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Here they are.
Well, yeah, like, what one did they just?
ELA is being updated. Math, not math, social studies was kind of realigned with like what topics were at what grade level. So fur trade is now 3rd grade instead of 4th grade. Technology has changed a little bit and like nothing major, just they're trying to make less. Huh? Yep.
Yeah, they're constantly trying to make it better. And so apparently we have to adopt standards.
Question, comment? Any action supposed to be taken? I am. Butcher,
I'll second.
second.
Very temporary.
The possible. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Who made that motion? I'm Bob. Okay, thank you.
9.5, discussion of possible action, alternate open enrollment application.
So we were rather shocked. We had 17 new ones. One student was here last year, but they moved to a different district, so we applied from that. So we have 5 4Kers, 2 1st grade, 2 2nd grade, 2 3rd grade, 3 4th grade, 1 6th grade, 2 9th grade, 1 10th grade. We have
We checked. Nobody's over, no group's over 40 except the seniors are 46 or something crazy.
Second one. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? 9.6, discussion of possible action subject to Dale Connell memorial donation, $250 for a track, and $200 for a garden.
If you don't mind, I'd like to read the note. Please use this check as a donation from J. O'Connell's Memorial. I had hoped to hear from track coaches if any specific item was needed, but since not getting any specific request, I decided to send it at this time. Jay valued the many programs offered at Ithaca and appreciated the education offered to his children and the community. Although he participated at school functions, his children and I felt that he had specific interest in the track program and the school gardens and would appreciate that the money goes towards those. Sincerely, Bill.
I would make the motion that we accept the memorial donation.
Let's do roll call.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Peter.
Yeah.
Butcher. Manny.
Yes. Yes. 9.7, discussion of possible action accepting Ithaca youth baseball donation, $100 and $10 booster card.
So we got our key card. And thanks so much for your continued support of the youth, allowing us to use the softball and baseball field is greatly appreciated. Thank you again for the baseball and softball. Should I draw names out of the hat or something? I don't, I don't feel like I should get it. So, well, I appreciate it. I don't quite know what. Should I give a surprise?
Yeah.
All right.
I will motion to accept. Second. Oh, second. Roll call. Yeah. Yes. 9 point. Thank you. 9.8, discussion of possible action on the purchase of a new van, 26,800.
So, we're kind of tenderly putting fingers out. We don't know when this van, if we were in the order it today. And 7 what? Oh, really? Yeah, I guess so. It is a 10 passenger. And Cheryl has definite feelings about a 10 passenger.
Well, according to state statute, it has to be 7-1, which means only 8 people, one being the driver, 7-2. So you're supposed to transport. Otherwise, transporting in a bus. State. As long as you don't put 10 students in it, I mean, you know.
I just, you know, I want you guys to be aware of that, and, this is paid for out of the PIG grant, and, they only give us 25,000, but we're getting some CTE money.
So is there any issue with the insurance?
Well, I think when I read the statute, the dealerships aren't even supposed to sell them. But we have one, and they took out the vaccine.
I mean, it disappeared.
Right.
So we do the same thing with the new one.
So that'd be hauling, you know.
We looked around, the sheriff actually was there when she found it.
So I reached out to Sleepy Hollow, Jones is in Ford. And I did ask for minivan, excursion, anything that would haul. They said the Tahoe would be out, it would be, you know, too cumbersome to get up over speed and this and that. Buildback is having a huge issue. They can't even, the opening, if we ordered one, would be until like 8 more weeks. And then it could be almost a year out, depending on the chip shortage. Jones is the one that got right back to us with this thing. And then Colin was gonna, so Chevy does not do a minivan. So then he did say, if there's any excursions, I'll get back to you before Friday. And I did not hear back from him. And Sleepy Hollow, I haven't heard a word, but okay. I, you know, emailed them, asking what we were looking for, and please get the data back, all the questions, okay, and that's it.
So we, you know, we reached out, and I don't want to do anything incorrect by buying a 10 passenger, but we could do the same thing. There's no way we can have 10 or we have to wait for a year to get it.
If you go back to, or back there, whatever.
And that's probably cheaper than a minivan.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, I got one with 180. It's a van, you know.
Have you driven them?
And they would just say,
So this not counting.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
yeah.
but then driver, it's the teacher or coach or whatever. You look at all this up. And you get the extra space in there.
He just likes to be able to let the kids choose.
Thoughts on this? Yeah, from an insurance standpoint, I want to make sure that it's fine.
Yeah, we'll get close later, but.
Yeah.
I mean, push it on next to the next month, but put it back to the next month. I'm going to get that.
This was for transportation.
Yeah, the hope is that this will be used, special ed money, so for a while, it should be used, special education first dibs.
So that might question and one that we starting that.
September 1.
So if we push it off, or we just, well, I don't know. That's a good point. What we doing?
We can pretend.
What's that, Randy?
We're not gonna do it.
That's what I was thinking.
We do.
Oh, yeah.
Really contingent upon approval by fire inspection. Sorry, Underwriter.
So the problem is, yes, we do have a van right now, but cross country uses it, football uses it, maintenance uses it, and if it's on Plateau,
They don't give you.
they don't use it. I don't know how they get from where.
Well, we still would have two vans.
So,
I guess I'll make the motion providing the passage of the purchase the van with taking the stuff.
I'll second. Randy. Roll call.
Manning. Brown.
Yes.
Busher.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Yes. 9.9, discussion of possible action accepting resignation of 9.9.1.
Part-time is Luann.
Luann Horner.
You want, we'll do these one at a time?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we accept the resignation.
Bill, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. 9.9.2, full-time paraprofessional.
Kate Hall has tendered for resignation.
Kate will be sorely missed. She did a fantastic job.
I don't for a while.
Action. Second? No. About second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
All right.
9.9.3, middle school girls basketball.
This is my first thing, middle school group.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed? Approved. 9.9.4, middle school volleyball coach.
This is from the Lewis resigned as middle school.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. 9.9.5, middle school football coach.
Mr. Ken Anderson resigned as middle school. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one. Mr. Steve Olson resigned as middle school football coach. To the office.
Joe, second by Bob. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. 9.9.6, middle school wrestling.
Ken Anderson. resigned as
Rebecca, second by Bob. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thanks to all of them for their service. 9.10, discussion of possible action, private school transportation contract.
We have 7 families with 14 children. And the total amount is $13,125.84. Transportation costs went down because we weren't transporting as much or whatever cost, but for people, ridership went down as well, making the increase go up. So it was $937.56. Actually, it was $870. Total cost $13,125.
I'll make that motion. We don't have a choice.
Busher, Peterson.
Yeah.
9.11, discussion possible action accepting policy. 9.11.1. PSC agreement.
Certainty, we call it. So that is the program that sometimes has a cost to it. It's through CISA, and we now have an agreement, and we'll look for this agreement and the next agreement very, very soon. But basically, it goes through who the kid is, what they're agreeing to. Did the parents talk to us? Did the counselor talk to them? Mr. Like, yeah, what you can read it or.
So certainty isn't just like we could have a certainty instructor where kids from other districts could zoom in to our classroom and have that class where they're sitting in their room. So like Black Hawk, that district has a lot of certainty instructors. Potosi has a bunch, Barneveld. So it's kind of online, but not really. So let's say that we have a kid that wants to take an AP course. We don't have an AP course, but it happens that during his study hall, he could take AP statistics. And so he'd be in the library with his headset doing a class. It's agreement we have with the CISA schools. Mhm.
Yeah, that's number 6. I think I understand the school district is paying for the credits on my behalf. But if I fail or drop a course, I am responsible for the tuition costs.
So some of them are free, some of them aren't. So just kind of depends. And I think we have one student this year that wants to do one class.
And technically, that's a form or a procedure, so if you don't want to approve it as written, we can go on to the next one. That's true. So it's I call the forms, procedures. It's not policy. Policy is how the kids can sign up. This is a procedure that we might have to tweak because of the new rules next year. Maybe the price went up or down or something, and so we can change a form that, not the whole substance, but tweak it a little bit. Okay. So it's nice to have forms because then I can just change them to.
I'll make that motion.
Are you ready? Yes. Second by Bob. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 9.11.2, online class agreement form.
So it looks extremely similar, except it says online class instead of certainty. So it's the same kind of agreement.
So is this where they are enrolling in the actual virtual?
Yep, Viva.
This is the week. Okay.
And that same verbiage is in there, basically they drop out.
Yep.
They have to cover the cost.
Right.
Same number and everything. Number 6.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Linda.
Second.
Second by Randy. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 9.11.3, policy 455, student visitor parking vehicle use policy.
All right, so there's a couple of things that we changed in there with verb, like Kathleen put and or vehicle use policy at the top. That's minor. So we crossed out that the senior students can park in the north parking lot in their designated spot, and all other students will park in the community parking lot because now we have enough spots up here that everybody can park up here, so they can, they can park up here. And then the students participating in after-school activities are not permitted to move the cars from one parking lot to another. That's staying there. And we're also taking out the students in after-school activities are to park in the south lot unless approved by the principal. Wait a minute, are we keeping that? No, we're taking that out. Okay. And then there was a typo, and at the bottom, we put in visitors because it could be any kind of visitors. It says parents, but any visitor can come in and they, please park in one parking lot. Anybody operating a vehicle that admin be able to say, yes, I can report it this year. So it's anybody.
comments?
We have over 107 spots out there. I counted them.
30, I don't know where you got.
Okay, well, I was counting as I was driving by. I had to slow down and be like, okay, that was, it was like, well, I was getting a little dizzy.
We did have a student hit that light pole because they were trying to get internet. They ran into the pole.
So there's be no parking other than in their lot.
They can park, the ideal would be if they're in, football or baseball, they should park down there and walk up here. But otherwise, everybody can park up here, so we were restricted. Right.
Yes.
They try it every year and then we have to enforce it.
And Tammy watches that for us a little bit because she sees the kids, and what was happening is that we had some seniors that couldn't leave for attack time because they had earned that. And so they're leaving at 3 and coming back at 3:30. And she thought they were leaving here and driving down there. Well, they'd already went to town and came back, so.
Or they were coming from their work.
For work, that was another one, so.
I'll motion to accept this policy.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 911.4, student handbook 401, 911.4.1, discussion of possible action on open campus.
Wait, you have to skip.
Oh, what?
They're two different.
Oh, 401, okay.
Sorry, I did have a subset, we're gonna do that after.
Okay.
So we added table of contents to this, and Kathleen and Chris and I went through, we took out the president's, principal's message. We added the vision and the mission. We added our tagline. We added a paragraph about informed consent on vaccination. Now that we've done this and we're not gonna worry about vaccinations, do we need that in there anymore? Because that's changed since we had policy. Do you remember that? Because we were worried about vaccinated versus unvaccinated, but
What I heard from Samantha was we treat them the same.
yes.
Where when the situation of the high school volleyball team, the guidance I got at that time, because I was contacted from county health, was to treat them differently. So they've changed that since whenever that occurred. 10 days
So I
ago.
just crossed it out. So then we added the Board of Ed, district personnel.
Both well.
Again, that's just a long list of all the staff. We might have to tweak a couple of those. Policy. Go faster.
I gotta go get them.
We put this year's calendar in. We did tweak some hours, but the start time and the end time are the same. And then all the schedules are in there for the parents, early release, delays, everything. Here's a assembly schedule. There's this year's calendar. This is keeping up to, but I'm just trying to find the red parts. On page 17, Chris, at the bottom, we added accommodations may be made for pupils with exceptional educational interests, needs, or requirements, including but not limited to school to work, apprenticeships, and college coursework. We want to make sure we gathered all that information for the students.
Can you guys see that, I think? Can you see that, Andrew? Is that better?
I need Nancy's glasses.
Oh.
That's fine, Kathleen.
I'm sorry, this is the long one. Yep. Then we had on page 25, Chris, we took out some verbiage about after-school activities. So students who are participating in after-school activities must be under direct supervision of an adult. And because it was like curricular and here and there, it just made sense to smooth that line out. We took out a line in the next paragraph, is following regulations will be followed by all students riding the buses. And it says included but not limited. If you're on a bus, you're following these. Again, this is a cleanup.
bus rider regulations, the driver will post their rules on the bus. And definitely clean this up. So remain seated at all times instead of in motion. Keep your hands, all personal items and arms inside the bus. You crossed out some stuff, because again, sometimes if you list too many things that are wrong, they just do the wrong stuff anyway. Throw away your own garbage, we added, use respectful language. Don't use cameras or cell phones with flash devices, and pay for any damage to the bus. That you have students that purposefully do things to the bus, so we catch that. We changed the bus route, private drives, lanes, dead ends, et cetera, only to make it flow better. So Kathleen, again, did some working on that. Can't, when they can't turn around, the space is too tight, they're asking the parents, and this isn't any different, it's just cleaned up so it sounds better.
So I do have a question on that, because Ithaca's always been door to door. So this is,
This policy says.
okay, right. I'm rereading it right now. And will the parents be told about this explicitly? I'm just asking,
So.
especially like new parents.
To that point, I know when we first started school, when the kids rode the bus, they were picked up at the end of the driveway, they weren't. 150 yards of driveway up the hill, that I wouldn't expect them back. When the bus goes up, it's gonna back all the way down. So I guess you're not door to door anymore, but there's certain places.
Close, okay.
Yeah.
Put the other kids' lives in danger by making the bus back all the way down, they go off the hill.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's part of it.
Okay.
Again, a few tweaks to the extracurricular transportation. Students will need to ride with students or to NOE event. And then students that violate will have to discuss ways to avoid this in the future, possibly receive disciplinary action. Some stuff about the spectator buses, again, some of it's very, keeps going on and on and on, and it doesn't need to be quite so lengthy. All the riders, all the rules apply to the bus driving. Students are to be picked up and dropped off at the elementary door, and then it's a parking lot. Leaving the building or grounds without permission, so again, cleaning up some language on that, and if they have to sign out in the school office, that's just give us spot. Then going down to volunteers, we crossed out before working in the school district. Again, for books, we kind of carefully clean that up, a limited number of books. Actually, right now, we let the kids check out as many books as they want. They get like 12 last summer. They could bring them back and get 12 more if they wanted to. So I wish it was that way when I was a kid. I remember having students' name and year of use is to be written on the front inside cover of a student envelope or or something. Their lockers are assigned, and so is a gym locker. Crossed out again some of the redundancies. You're not supposed to share. They should, some of these are kind of obvious to cross out. And again, please stop me, I'm really glossing through these, but policy, we went through every single one, so we stopped and we needed it. We thought it was pertinent to put for school lunches for the 2021 school year, school breakfast and lunches are free for all students. I laughed because he thought it was free for everybody.
So then $50 bill and didn't know it.
So then should we take out the costing for this year? We just got to remember to put it back.
I don't want to take it out.
Okay.
I'm okay with putting that it's free this year, but I think.
Okay.
Actually, it's nice to be able to compare from this year to last year.
Okay.
That way parents will know. And the menu is subject to change. The free reduced lunch breakfast was really wordy, so we just basically said all the forms are available and we ask all families to complete one. We do receive money based on the percent of families that qualify for free reduced. The parents don't have to take free food or reduced food, but it helps us.
This year you're taking them or not?
And then we're in appendix 1, maintaining pupil records. So if a school official needs to review an educational record in order to fill his or her professional responsibilities, it is allowed. So I couldn't go through and say, oh, I know that kid, I'm gonna look the record up. That's not allowed. Even I, as superintendent, don't have the right to do that to the records. So, then in student information, we again crossed out some of the stuff. If information changes from the parents, we really should know that information. Telephone use, we now have a hall phone and they need to ask during lunch. And we crossed out again the extra stuff, and we changed it to caregiver instead of parent phone calls during lunch or during the school day. Putting please refrain from texting or calling your student cell phone during the day seems a little like why should we have to see? But all right, what else we change here? Co-curricular code is linked in here, and we do have one line you want to change in that code. So when we get to that point, there will be one change. But school supplies, again, for the teacher, just cleaning up language. Same thing with the lost and found, cleaning up the language. Early release and cancellation. Again, Kathleen reworded it so it was less cumbersome. Lockdown and shelter in place, we didn't change it, we just left we took off the teachers and students will be informed when we started the lockdowns, the teachers were very nervous about them, so we made sure that they knew that we were going to do this, that, this, and this. And now that we're more into the loop of it, we don't have to list every single thing we're going to do. They know that it's going to be coming, and we do inform them via the thank you. A little bit late. Again, tornado and fire, we left that one. Lunch and behavior, basically clean up after yourself, be respectful in action and speech, and listen and follow any given directions or requests by any adult employed by the district. Taking out, again, cleaning up your lunch. If they don't clean up that, they need to do that. Assigned areas, make sure that you're in class, during class time, and hall passes are expected when out of the classroom. We used to have handing out those yellow passes, and we don't do that anymore. As a matter of fact, Mr. Lechner gave everybody one pass, I think it was. And that's what they use, so they have teachers we're trying to get the kids to stay in class instead of wandering around all. Then playground expectations, again, Ms. Shane took out a couple of things and added a few other things. Listen and follow any given instructions or requests. Respectful language and behavior is expected. The physician prescribed medications, we added, so certain things are required and the parents need to know that. And we need a completed written release of information to be on file, so we can do that. Medication in its original packaging must be brought to school by the adult and given to the office staff. We had some parents setting stuff in packets. That's not a good policy to have. And then all medication will be picked up by an adult at the end of the school year. When we shut down for that 3 months, we had tons of medication left over. There is a complaint process. Again, we just cleaned up the verbiage a little bit. Start by contacting the principal. Then in due process, that whole paragraph was very wordy and didn't quite make sense. So we just put no student shall be punished for committing any offense except in accordance with law and school board regulations. Every student shall be afforded due process of law. The paragraph is very cumbersome and wordy, and it kind of contradicted itself, so just took it up. And then putting above the step system that this is the principals use as a guide to their discipline implementation. They didn't change any of it, it was just to give them the direction. PE, again, cleaning up the language, telling them in grade 6 to 12 they're going to get a lock for their gym locker. LMC regulations, we had audio visual materials in there, we thought we should take that out. So again, cleaning it up. I'm sorry, this is really late at night to be going through policy, but let's see. Public displays of affection, again, we added some language and took some out to make it a little simpler, not changing the content really. And then classroom behavior, we did the same thing. We want a safe, inclusive, nurturing learning environment. Part of that came from our vision and mission. Another thing about passes. All right, page 39, way at the bottom. Dances and other school events, again, seeking permission from the advisor and then the principal. Just delineating it a little bit better and cleaning up language. Almost done, I promise. Athletic events, again, cleaning that up. Students who are free of any suspension or disciplinary action are able to participate in or observe a co-curricular activity. Threw a knot there because it looks like it was missing. We added emotional to the harassment bullying. Otherwise, that was left alone. We took out a paragraph and false fire alarms because you can't pull a fire alarm unless it's a little kid that don't know what they're doing. We don't have to list everything that can potentially happen. Dress code, we had a nice discussion about dress code, which is late, so I'm not going to tell you all about that one, but we want them to have a positive image for the school. Head covering should be taken off. Jackets should be put in their lockers. Again, we just wanted to get some of it out because it was very wordy. Appropriate clothing as expected is something that we took out because that's listed other places. And then that's not the last paragraph, but instead of a parent having to come here and bring their child new clothing, we don't want to make the parents have to leave work and come and bring clothing. We'll help the child figure something out rather than getting the parents here to do that. We will building administrator and put principal in there. We crossed out that machines because we really don't have that kind of a thing anymore. Pop and candy includes lunchtime. They're not allowed to do that. And then we have FERPA, which is nothing. We didn't change any of that. And appendix 2 is PPRA, which is people protection of people rights. Sorry, we don't think we changed anything after that.
Question? Comment?
If you guys want us to, we can speak that in closer so that you can see it, but I mean, I'm not trying to speak. We did go through every single line in policy, so.
I think Melissa maybe has a question.
Okay.
Melissa, do you have a question?
Yeah, and I don't know if it needs to be talked about at this point or down further when we get to the 701, but in the handbook about the extracurricular code of conduct, I know it was brought up at a couple different staff meetings about the eligibility and how kids can go an entire quarter and almost finish a sport playing even if they're failing classes. So for instance, last year, there was a girl playing volleyball who was failing, but because mid-quarter grades don't count towards ineligibility, she played the entire season before she actually was ineligible to not play. And she didn't play any more sports after that.
I have to look at it when we get to there, so we'll bring it up.
Anything more on student handbook 401? Changes, thoughts, actions?
I guess we'll move to accept.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? 9.11.4.1, discussion of possible action on open campus.
I'll let you go, Mr. Reckner.
As part of our rewards program, and because we've changed our schedule a little bit this year, we have a 20-minute time frame where that's going to be for making up homework and stuff. But if you don't have any assignments missing or anything, we'd like to give you a reward, and it rolls right into lunch. So I know we were closed campus before because we didn't have enough time to get to town and back. But we think with that extra 20 minutes, you possibly could. And we would probably keep this, be up to you, but just for seniors to start with.
And when it had been brought to us before, the parents would be aware and
Yeah.
would give permission.
They'd have to have written permission. And this was one thing that the staff and informally talking to the students thought was one of the real big rewards.
I don't remember us ever really truly being on a closed campus, but really you can't get anywhere in 30 minutes for lunch. I mean, when I grew up in Waukesha, I could walk to 3 restaurants. and eat.
But I mean, it was in policy that it was closed.
Yeah, it's a
so-
closed campus.
When I was in high school here, you could walk.
Yeah.
Down to Gus's for lunch. Okay, Gus isn't there anymore, so.
And I
So
guess the
y'all would bring it
question
to
would
you
be,
guys.
is it open for the high school, or would we say it is just open for the seniors and or juniors or seniors?
Well, maybe you could give it a try with,
Just
you know,
seniors?
seniors and see how it goes.
I wouldn't want to do anything more with seniors at this stage, if I was gonna do it.
They're in a class, so I mean, that would be like the next 2 coming up, so that would be a good starter.
Yeah.
Well, and that'd be something for the underclassmen to look forward to
Right.
if they, because it's grade dependent
Yep.
and parent dependent.
Yep.
So,
And the concern you have, if it's open to everybody, then you got, you know, freshmen, sophomores, right, with seniors, and that's just not good. So I agree with you, it should be, if anything, seniors.
What'd you say, Bob?
So you're probably gonna have some, maybe not in the school this size. So when I went to school, seniors had open campus, juniors had open campus. Second quarter and fourth quarter, as it was part of the rewards program. Every day the principal was out front, seeing who was coming back in whose car, kids were jumping out of the railroad tracks to walk. You're always gonna have somebody try something, so I guess be prepared.
Yeah, the good thing is we have lots of cameras now.
Thoughts, any additional questions, comments?
I would make a motion to try it this year with just the seniors with the stipulations of the grades and the missing work and parents. will know.
Bob, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Approved. 911.5, McKinley Vento required dispute procedure.
So again, something that I found out we had to have, so the Kenny-Bento covers homeless students. And typically what happens is that we have a discussion, so say somebody is homeless, they go to the Richland School District and they end up doubling up and living with grandma here in our district. So if they get the choice to, and it's a discussion, it's what should be a discussion, we say, where do you want to go to school? And if they say Richland, then they get to go to Richland and we work it out with busing or transportation, however works the best, so the student can do this. This is, if they don't agree with it, then we have to have this dispute process. And again, I didn't write this, it was just a sample form actually from McKinney-Vento that says, these are the students that I have, and it's got more than one student because they might have 4 kids if somebody loses their home and they move into our district, or vice versa, say they're our students and they move into Richland district, but they're considered homeless and they don't contact us and or whatever. And so it's how to resolve the disputes. And this is a process that we should, again, this is a form. So I did not put action on this.
To clarify, this would be for temporary, not permanent. Like-
Correct. But it could,
Temporary displaced.
it could be a longer term. We've had kids be homeless for 6 months and doing things. So, and again, usually it's the two districts, transportation directors or superintendents going, hey, can we get a kid to this point? And you can pick them up, or they'll bill us for picking them up, and then we split the bill. I mean, almost always split the bill, right? We did something last year with Brother Valley, we had 2 or 3 kids get picked up by their bus or something, and we just split the bill. So we do this all the time. This is just a dispute process. And again, I don't need a motion or anything. This is a procedure that we have to have, so.
Any other discussion on that? 9.1.6, 701 extracurricular code of conduct.
All right, Mr. Lechner, we good. We need to go to page, it's in red. Here it is, page 9. So it contradicts itself. And so there's a whole paragraph in there about the student must be enrolled in not less than 7 credits for the approved academic program. They have a GPA of 175 with no failing. And then it kind of goes on to talk about when they're going to be reinstated, how many calendar days, how many minimum school days, how many games, meets, or matches. And then down farther, it's highlighted, reinstatement will be reviewed at 4.5 weeks and 9 weeks only, which contradicts the aforementioned statement.
The third line.
So we just want to take that line out.
There was some question when in the policy meeting, there's like 3 criteria. What we're going to clean that up to?
I don't remember that, Joseph. Tell me more.
Well, I don't have the policy.
So this is what Melissa was referencing, that a student could go the entire first quarter and fail, but still participate for the volleyball and football. Mhm. And horse.
But on the other side, then they could be ineligible in spring, and then come to football, they don't have a chance to get their grade up yet.
Right.
And they've already had 4 games.
Right. Because they start before school.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Did you find it, Joe?
Yeah, we did it with the 21 calendar days, 15 school days, and 3 games. And I don't remember the details of the conversation from several weeks ago, but I thought in the policy meeting, there was some discussion about something to do with Christmas break or extended time off of school that I don't remember. Sorry.
So that's where it's, or a minimum of 3 games meets with whichever is lesser.
That says and minimum. That was the issue. It's like football season. It means you have, I don't know.
You want to change it to 4 minimum or with a minimum?
21 calendar days.
So that gets football every time, because they start season before school starts. And I know different years we've had, in order for kids to be eligible, they've done some kind of summer school to make that credit up so that they were eligible.
But then we didn't have summer school.
Right.
Because it's not just 21, it's all of the above. 21 calendar days, 15 school days, and 3 games.
Yeah, I thought we talked about or minimum of 3 games.
It's been that way for 20 years.
Remember though, because in the winter sports, you're talking about a week and a half.
Right. So here's.
3 games in football, you only have 9, but you could have 30 wrestling matches.
Yeah. So if you say 4 a minimum of 3, well then who gets to choose? Because I'll take my my week and a half suspension and get back out there in this 3 games.
Yeah.
That was I think there was just some need to dive into that a little more. I felt like when we were in the policy meeting, but I don't remember if there's any direction we were heading in, and maybe just leave it alone.
Zach, is that WIAA at all? Because that has been there ever since I started teaching here, because I was middle school. That same verbiage has been here all this time. So is it something WIAA? No? Okay.
But And I agree that maybe we should look at that and redefine it, but for tonight, we'd like to take that yellow highlighted line out. So reinstatement will be reviewed at 4.5 weeks and 9 weeks. Kathleen, can you talk about what happened with Lehigh?
So we has like football. So we start our season September 1st. And it's contingent on whatever our policy is for grades. So our district show is homecoming weekend. And so because of the top part says 9 weeks, the bottom part says 4.5 and 9 weeks. Okay, so thankfully we have the 21 days because she's going to be, our riders will be grade checked on the Wednesday before we go to district. So, and I think, too, my opinion is the more frequent we can check kids and say, we're checking you, we're helping them be successful versus wait 9 weeks and say, oh, you failed. So I'm a proponent of leaving that yellow statement in versus removing that, but that's my.
Will be reviewed at 4.5 and 9 weeks only, it says. Meaning
Well, that means not semester doesn't count towards this. That's what that means. Every 4.5 and every 9 weeks it will be reviewed. So then if you want that, take the only out.
Isn't that just for reinstatement? I mean, like, again, coming back to my original question, if you have a kid who's failing a class at, halfway through the quarter at 4.5 weeks, and there's no, I want to say repercussion, consequences, however you want to term it, and they get to finish playing that sport basically until they become ineligible, are we doing those kids any favors? Like, I get that they don't get to play for a while, but what's more important, them playing volleyball or football or getting their grades up? Like, what is most important to our school?
Well, I think some of the argument was with teachers that they didn't have that many grades in there at the 4.5 weeks.
Sure. Now Riverdale, I know they do grade checks every 3 weeks. And so their eligibility is faster. So you can get ineligible and make it up faster. But the teachers have to have, assessments and things.
Well, I think we have teachers that have weighted grading systems where, your grade is really truly weighted on final. I don't know. I don't know that.
We're working towards, better assessment along the way. Mhm.
Because if that's the case, a kid could finish with a B,
Mhm.
but, because they aced their finals, right?
Mhm.
So it's like, well, why would they be ineligible during the course of a period if ultimately they passed that class? But I do agree with that, that the concern also of not wanting to be playing kids who aren't applying themselves academically.
So should we table this? Not change it? I didn't interpret it the way Kathleen did. I thought it contradicted itself. So, but if she's.
Well, it's a discussion. I think that still needs to take place, in my opinion, but.
This school year. I'm okay leaving it in there. It's the only line we wanted to change.
Can you just take out the one word? If we just take out only off the end of that sentence, it means without. Basically every 4.5 to 9 weeks if possible.
That's when they'll be reviewed. Mhm.
If you renew it 4.5 weeks and all the teachers don't have assessments in, you're basically waiting another 4.5 weeks at the 9 week mark to.
And is, because it talks about having an F, are we talking about the review of the F, or you're looking at grades for eligibility at 4.5 weeks?
I thought we were talking about eligibility
Right.
for 4.5 weeks.
Because, it starts with failing F grades at the end of the 9 week grading period, then goes on to reinstatement will be reviewed at 4.5 or 9 weeks. I'm wondering if they go, well, I didn't flunk anything, so, last quarter, so I don't have to worry about the 4.5 weeks. I understand your point, and I'm okay with that, but we gotta make sure they understand that, because that's a big change. If we're actually checking grades for eligibility at 4.5, that hadn't previously been ineligible. Because the whole paragraph's about when you're ineligible, this is what happens. But if the thought process is that at 4.5 weeks, we're checking grades and you could be ineligible then, that's what we have to look at.
Eligibility is typically based off the end of quarter grades, and then it has to become re-eligible.
But when they become re-eligible, don't they have to put a certain amount of time of practicing before they can go on the field?
They still participate in practice, just not the event.
Oh, they do play or
Practice. Yes.
Since I've been at the 4.5 week thing, before we had athletic directors, that was.
You gotta talk louder.
Well, for the 10 years I've been here, the 4.5 weeks thing wasn't used. It was always 21, 15, or 3. I don't know, the grades that counted were just quarter grades. I don't know what checking the 4.5 weeks doesn't make a lot of sense. Because even if you go to class second quarter, you had 3 weeks in the third quarter, if you were passing everything, you were eligible to be stated. So I don't get the 4.5 week part. I don't.
Okay. So has that statement been in all this time?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's about getting eligible. It's not about checking grades like I think Melissa would like that. That way they wouldn't play the whole.
Got it.
So the way this reads though is you could be suspended, if you're suspended for a minimum of 3 weeks, you have satisfied all of your ineligible requirements, and you may have to wait a week and a half to become eligible again.
But again, we gotta be clear that we're not checking grades, or we are checking grades.
That's
at 4.5
confusing.
To become ineligible.
I think, but Zach, I think is right.
He is right. But the way we're reading this now.
Is different.
What Melissa is asking for is to
Have
be
it,
reviewed at 4.5 weeks.
right. And that's not what this says, or it does. No, because that's just reinstatement.
I don't know that, I mean, just having kids in the middle of high school and just knowing grading and how things take place sometimes. I don't think grade checking at the 4.5 weeks to make someone ineligible, because there's times where, like, just depending on what's going on in the curriculum and where the teachers are at, or maybe snow days, this and that, they may have only had 1 or 2 things. So I mean, the assignment to the test wouldn't really, the percentage of it wouldn't really justify a grade check at that point, because sometimes there's really not even anything in there.
I agree, and that's why it's been that way.
Yeah,
Okay.
just, so yeah, I don't think that should be a grade check. I think grade check should be a quarter, in my opinion.
And I don't like revisiting after you've already served your punishment, so to speak. Like,
Right.
you had to wait 3 weeks, and now you wait another week and a half. Once you serve your.
Then take
grades
it
are
out.
back.
Now I get it.
Yeah.
And just take it out.
That's why we're thinking about taking it up.
No, that makes sense now that you talk about it.
Take out the yellow.
The thoughts?
Because we can leave it, it's been this way for how many years?
Leave it for now and have a discussion about the whole thing.
But again, it gave Zach a lot of angst, because parents would come and show you the 21 days.
Yeah.
And then we look at 4.5 weeks, and it was.
So we will remove the reinstatement until we review line out. When we publish it, if it's approved.
And not to make this longer, but what we were talking in that, the 3-game minimum was discussed a lot, because in different sports, that may be 1/10 of the season. And in other sports, it could be 33% of the season.
There was that chart that you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what are the thoughts? Doing it as is, what's the thought? What we struggling with it, we need to table it because we can't think clearly and understand and comprehend what we're going to approve, and we should be changing things. We can send it back to policy and have them review it, make sure that the language fits what the intent is of the policy.
Yeah, but we wouldn't, we'd work on it and then when we approve it, it's the start.
But this school year would be reflective of Agnes.
Well, until the policy.
Until the policy is amended.
Or amended.
If the policy is amended.
Yeah.
At that point in time, it have been effective, be implemented and effective.
Is there clarity though with, I'm not trying to keep beating around.
You
the bush,
have to have.
But is there any clarity on?
Parents and students sign off on the new.
Right.
Stated one then again. So that they were aware of the changes.
How is it being enforced now today though? I mean, is there clarity on, I mean, sure, there's the 3-week, 15 days of school, 3 events. Now we can wait 4.5, but then 4.5 weeks. Are we waiting until 4.5?
No, I think for 8 years as coach, 2 years as AD, 4.5 weeks has never been used. It's always been 21, 15, 3. And then you get a grade check. So provided 10 years of AD, that's always been used up to 4.5 weeks. It's never been done.
Now and then work on it for next school year. To clean up the language. Is that good?
I think at this time, yes, so that's what we're gonna have to do. Even as is, so there's no action on that. 9, 12, discussion and possible action on setting meeting dates. Finance, 9, 12, 1, finance and personnel. Thirteenth of September at 6:30.
You want a motion?
Yes, please.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
9, 12, 2, policy.
Policy, we already,
Set that for policy meeting. It was next month. We were skipping a month.
That's right, we're skipping a month because
Monday, September.
it was on the, it was on Labor Day, we didn't want to be there. So. We decided to do the first Monday of the month at 6:30, but we're skipping September because it's Labor Day. So our next meeting will be October 4th.
What time? 6:30.
6:30.
October 4th at 6:30 for policy. Any discussion on second motion? I will move. Joe, second. What's that?
Fourth?
Yep. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed. 9, 12.3, building and ground, September 7th at 6:30 is what I have in my calendar. Is that kosher? Ready?
Yeah.
Bob?
Tuesdays at 7.
Sure, I'll be shopping corn.
I figured we had that discussion, but we'll do our best.
Yeah.
So, yep,
I went that 7:30, 6:30.
yep. So September 7th at 6:30. All in favor, signify, or we have a motion. Approve building and grounds at September 7th at 6:30. By Bob, is there a second? Sure. By Randy. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed. 9, 12, 4, curriculum.
First Thursday of the month at 6, so it would be September 2nd. I'll make that motion.
Was that?
I'll make that motion.
What time is that?
5.
6.
No,
No,
Six.
we moved this to 6, right,
Yeah.
Becca?
Yes.
Yeah.
Motion by Linda. Is there a second? Second by Rebecca. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed. 9, 12, 5, discussion of possible action setting the 21-22 board meeting dates. Yes.
And then the next one is whether or not we have enough people to on Thursday's training, if you have more than 3 members that are planning on attending lunch, and then. No, it's on the note. Yep, there you go.
Okay, September 13th, October 11th, annual meeting at the 25th. Let me go over this. Everybody got their calendars out. Everything together. September 13th, we have that down already. October 11th.
Conference is October 20th. Annual meeting.
The annual meeting is October 25th.
That's set already. I just,
It is. It's
for the
already
new
set.
people to put it on your agenda, so you should come in.
So what was that? And the 25th of October. At 7 o'clock.
9, 13, 10, 11, 10.
Then November 15th. Then December 13th. January 10th. February 14th, Valentine's Day. March 14th. April 11th. May 9th. And June 13th. That's what we got. Also, any questions? Okay. Do you want to have motions to approve those dates as presented? By Bob, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Linda. All those dates, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. 9/12/6, discussion of possible action on setting an ICS training date, August 19th at 8 a.m.
That's with the new staff, so all I need to know, if only 3, I know some of you have to work, I totally get that. But if that was the date that was the most available for most of the board meetings, I had you guys fill that little sheet out for me. How many of you are planning on attending? I will come.
I'll be working.
Okay,
I plan to.
okay, well, that's 2, so there's nowhere near a quorum there, so we don't have to have a meeting scheduled. Does that make sense? Okay. Awesome.
Okay, item 10, adjourn to closed session under Wisconsin statute 19.85, sub 1, sub C, for considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Discussion regarding the performance evaluation of a district employee, teaching staff, administration, and or coaching staff will be in closed sessions for no less than 15 minutes and will likely be longer. I would accept the motion to go into closed session. Keller, for a second. Second by Bob Butcher. Roll call, please.
Manning?
Yep.
Who says that?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Keller.
She's been here twice, sorry. Brown?
Yes.
I just.
So where are we headed? Let's do it again.
Am I supposed to hit the button?
Yeah, well, let's.
Am I supposed to do something with this?
Yes, hit pause.
Item 11.1, continued discussion, possible action on hiring a school nurse. I believe the recommendation is Samantha Wilson at $35 an hour.
So moved.
By Mr. Manning. Second by Mr. Brown. Thought it was Alzheimer's developing, but roll call, please. Thank you.
Mr. Manning.
Yes.
Mrs. Keller.
Yes.
Mr. Busher.
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Rizzo.
Yes. 11.2, discussion of possible action on hiring a summer cleaning crew, Aaron Hipsch at $11.50 an hour. Motion made by Mr. Manning.
I'll second it.
By Linda. All in favor, roll call. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Roll call.
Mr. Manning.
Yes.
Mrs. Keller. Mr. Brisboy.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Busher.
Item 11.3, discussion of possible action on hiring assistant football coach. The recommendation is Steve Olson. Joe? Yep. Rebecca? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Roll call. I'll just do the roll call. Let's cut to the
Mr.
chase.
Manning.
Mr. Manning?
Thank you.
Yeah, he said yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Busher.
It's a barrier, too noisy.
Mrs. Keller. Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Brisboy.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
11.4, discussing possible action on adding hours for gifted and talented musician. The recommendation of the board is increasing the hours to $20, 20 hours a week.
5 hour.
It was a 5-hour increase, you were correct.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Your second? Second by Rebecca. Roll call.
Mr. Busher.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Brisboy.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Yes.
Mrs. Keller.
Item 11.5, discussion of possible action, increase in pay for gifted and talent position. There is no action on that. Item 11.6, discussion of possible action on hiring a full-time paraprofessional, Elizabeth Polsmacher, $11.50 an hour with benefits. Recommendation.
Make that motion.
By Joe. The second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Busher.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Keller. Mr. Brisboy.
Yes. Item 11.7, discussion of possible action on hiring a long-term substitute teacher for choir. The recommendation is for Liz Niemeyer is Sandra Johnson at $220 per day.
So moved.
By Mr. Manning. Second by Mr. Boucher. Roll call, please.
Mr. Brisboy.
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Yes.
Mr. Busher.
Yes.
Mrs. Keller. Yes. Mr. Brown.
Yes. 11.8, discussion of possible action on hiring a translator. We are still, that's pending, so we will not have any action tonight. 11.9, discussion of possible action on stipend for a business manager. The recommendation from the board is $2,500 to Cheryl Richards for work done by the mental health grant.
I'll make
Linda is the first, Bob is the second. Roll call.
Still think it's up.
Mr. Manning.
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Brisboy.
Yes.
Mrs. Keller. Mr. Busher.
Yep.
Mr. Brown.
Yes. Item 11.10, discussion of possible action to hire an assistant high school volleyball coach. The recommendation is Rhonda Lewis.
I'll make that motion.
Linda, second by Joe. Roll call, please.
Busher.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
Mrs. Keller. Mr. Brisboy.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Yes.
11.11, discussion of possible action to hire a head middle school football coach. Sylvester Dadalot is the recommendation.
So moved.
By Mr. Manning. Oh. Am I wrong?
No, she just has the wrong name in
It's
here.
all,
She has the wrong, okay.
it's all a blur.
All right, sorry.
Motion by Mr. Manning. Second by Mr. Boucher. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Keller. Yes. Mr. Busher.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yep.
Mr. Brisboy.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
11.12, discussion possible action on hiring a middle school volleyball coach. The recommendation is Paul Boland.
I'll
Ms. Keller. Roll call.
Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Yes.
Mr. Busher.
Yes.
Mr. Griswold.
Yes.
Mrs. Keller. Mrs. Brown.
Yes. 11.13, discussion possible action to hire a family and consumer sciences teacher. The recommendation is Heather Stocks at a salary of $36,940.
So moved.
Mr. Manning, second by Mr. Busher. Roll call.
Mr. Griswold.
Yes.
Mr. Busher.
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Keller. Yes.
And Mr. Manning, yes.
Yes.
11.14, discussion of possible action to hire a tech ed teacher. We're going to table it at this time, pending negotiation. 11.15, discussion of possible action to hire a driver to Platteville. The recommendation is Walter Fry at 2 routes per day at $14.44 per hour. I read this correctly, and we only pay for 3 hours.
Yes.
Mr. Busher makes a motion. Is there a second?
Yes.
Mr. Brown, roll call, please.
Mr. Griswold.
Yes.
Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Yes.
Mr. Busher.
Yes.
Mrs. Keller. Yes. Mrs. Brown.
Yes. 11.16, discussion possible action to hire a bus driver. The recommendation is Chris McGowan as the full-time bus driver.
I'll move on that.
Mr. Manning has made a motion. Second by Bob Busher. Roll call, please.
Mr. Griswold.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Yes.
Mrs. Keller. Yes. Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Busher.
Yep.
11.17, discussion of possible action to hire a part-time paraprofessional. The recommendation is GM
Maestri.
Maestri. Part-time para at $15 an hour.
I'll make that motion.
Linda, and seconded by Bob Busher. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Griswold.
Yes.
Manning.
Yes.
Mr. Manning, sorry. Mrs. Keller. Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mrs. Busher.
Yes.
We're all getting punchy. It's
I disagree.
1:15.
11.18, discussion possible action on stipend for dual science teacher. That's still in negotiations. And I don't believe we can take an action at this time. Am I correct? Ms. Proudy?
Yes.
Okay. So we will table that till next month's meeting. So item 12, adjourned.
Well, we have to have a special meeting for that because school will be started before we're.
Well, that's a good question, but we need to have a special meeting to address item 11.18
And, well, and
and possibly 11.14
14, yeah.
11.14 as well.
If I need to, maybe.
Well,
We've done it
we,
before.
yeah, we've done it before. If we,
Right?
yeah, but did we not have enough discussion in the,
I thought that for the last one, there was going to be a stipend
that's
that
what
was
my understanding.
offered. So you guys can approve that offer and then that person can say no.
Yeah,
Okay,
right. So we said 3,000.
right, $3,000 stipend.
That's right. That's
What the dual certification.
Dual
Yes.
That's what.
Agree, then chief next year, you jump the. Okay.
All right,
So,
so motion?
We have a motion on, can I have a motion to that effect by Bob Busher? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, this is 11.18. Second by Mr. Manning. Roll call, please.
Sorry, I have to retype it all.
Yep, I know.
We're back.
Okay. Mr. Griswold.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Yes.
Mrs. Keller. Yes. Mrs. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Busher.
Yep. Item 12, adjournment.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Mr. Busher, second by Ms. Keller.
Got it.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Adjourned.
You want to stop in and sign those some other time?
I'll stop in.
That's fine, because I have to get Kelly's signature on things.
I can't see stuff right
I
now.
Yes.